Hello, hello. Hey Nova. Hey Ferret, hey Darkleaf. Mito, hello. Thylacine, hello. Moss. Hi Olive. I'm gonna be very focused this stream. We have 2 non-cats. We have 4 full body, well, chibis. Chibis, they're gonna be chibis. In queue today, so yeah, we have a dragon, we have an anthro, and then we have 3 cats and 4 chibis and 1 headshot. So I'll probably be pretty focused up this stream. I don't know. I'm gonna try to. Yes, I'm gonna try to make them chibis. Okay. Finish chapter 10 of Blazing Star. Tom is dead. Crab dance. Doop, 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 doop. Hey Katora, I'm doing pretty good today. Hey Darkleaf. Oh, I already said hi to you. I meant to say you've done 23 art fights attacks in 3 days. That's awesome. I was quite productive yesterday as well. On personal projects. Well, sort of personal. Volunteer projects. What if I commission you a person? I don't do people on stream. I do dragons. I do anthro and feral. I don't do people. I would refund you the money. I will do dragons. I do want to get better at drawing dragons, so I make exceptions. Also, I did read Wings of Fire, so I do know Wings of Fire dragons. With 7? Yeah, I have 2 off-stream commission slots right now that I have scheduled. That's what I do on Wednesdays, mostly. Wednesdays are off-stream commissions for, like, complicated ones, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't do humans on stream. I have done human commissions before. I've done, like, squid people. I've done people's, like, Squid Sona from Splatoon. I just don't do them on stream. I do stream them on Discord to people. It's just, it would be a very slow stream if I had to do people. I've done -100. I've also done -100. I actually suck the ability to people to art fight out of them. Not really, I don't. I encourage everyone to art fight. I'm like the biggest innovator. Or the biggest inspiration. Do your art fights. This is a Rainwing Icewing. Ice Rainwing. I've never seen that. My favorite thing is to see how people like combo dragons. You're doing art fight? Will the Discord open up again? I've never had a Discord. Well, I've had Discords for like projects. I actually guessed Ice/Sky. Ice Rain. And they said that they're very overconfident and naive. Unfortunately, my dragon poses are pretty standard, so... Ice or rain wings usually have like, they usually have the little chameleon tails, right? That look like this. I think I told someone I would be a mudwing rain wing because rain wings are very cat coded. But then I read the third arc and I was like, ooh, but I really like leaf wings. Leaf wing aesthetic is really nice. So, but you can't be a triple hybrid. Why can't I be a triple hybrid? Cowards. And they have the ruffs behind the ears. Ah. Ignore the fact that my dragon's back legs look exactly like a cat's back legs. This is what you get. Trying to make me draw things other than cats. It's all just gonna look like cat hybrids. Oh, I'm working on Bluena Star. I'd be a mud rain wing. That was my first pick, but I do really like the aesthetic of leaf wings. Yeah. The cat body is just like making it feel more chibi. I don't know how I'm gonna do. See, my problem with drawing dragons is that I can never pose the wings correctly so that it doesn't like mess up the rest of the flow of the... I'm not actually a cat. He lies. He's a cat shapeshifter. But yeah, it's really hard for me to like pose the wings in a way that doesn't like inhibit the rest of the flow of the body. I do headshots and chibis fish on stream. At least I'm supposed to be doing chibis. Okay, so the wing actually goes all the way down to its tail. Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with keeping the consistency, like the poses correct. I'll like lizard up the legs a little bit after I'm done. Wings of Fire was a good, nice, quick read. I think I was reading about a book a day. I know I read an entire book while I was waiting in line at a convention for some event, just on my phone. I think it was at a Pokemon convention, so... the lines were quite long. They're pretty quick. I also need to learn how to draw Chibi's fish. Smile. Audiobooking them? Yeah. Let me just render out the leggies a little bit. draw me a dragon. I think I have a couple of friends have like offered to draw me a Wings of Fire Sona. I would be glad to get more options. I really don't make sonas of like individual fandoms I'm in much. I guess Apple started as like a warrior sona. I also don't know how to draw like paw. That looked fine, I guess. But look, he looks, or it, they look, I don't know. Yeah, I guess Apple would be probably like a sand wing or something with her colors. She's like a sandy color. Sand wings are like crazy though. Also, they have like, they don't have dew claws like cats. Looking at the person, they're like much higher. I just call Apple my mascot most of the time. I mean, I've definitely used her as a Sona in the past, but she is named after my own cat, so I kind of feel like she's more of like a mascot, I guess. I don't know. Like, she's not just me, she's also Apple, my baby. How old is Apple? She's 16. And then I want to just render out the face a little bit more. Hey, Luminox. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's got kind of more of a rounded face, doesn't it? Your puppy is 7. 7's a pretty old age for a dog, isn't it? Like, it's a pretty good age. Depends on the dog size. Why don't you make it not an almond eye? Yeah, I feel like some pets are just lazy. The other thing I can't get used to in Wings of Fire dragon designs is that they have ears. I don't know why, but the ears always, like, I always forget to draw them. For some reason, I feel like dragons in my mind do not have ears. It's probably from Spyro or something. I always have to like add them in later, as I'm doing right now. Lizards have ear holes. Guys, do you think that dragons actually... Okay, this is a question. This is a legitimate question. This is not a meme question. I want a legitimate discussion. This is... So, I went to a dinosaur exhibit a couple weekends ago with some of my college buddies, and we were discussing dinosaurs and dragons. And I was talking about how, like, every single culture on planet Earth, not every single one, but a lot of cultures on planet Earth have a slightly different but similar type of mythological being in it that's like similar to a dragon, right? Does that not lend credence to maybe dragons actually existing at one point? How can every single society come up with the same exact thing and it not exist at some point or another? Who knows? My friend said I was stupid, but he's a science major, so he doesn't like dreaming. I said it's possible and let me have this. But like flying? I don't know, man. Every single culture has like a version of Bigfoot too, and you're gonna tell me Bigfoot didn't exist at some point or another? This is why I don't talk to my science majors about fun things, like if Bigfoot exists. My 8-year-old niece told me Bigfoot didn't exist and then was talking about the tooth fairy in the same exact sentence. I can't believe this. Okay, and then I just want to render out the wings a little bit more. It's more likely that dinosaurs' remains may have been discovered, and that's where the mythology came from, in the same way that people saw elephant skulls and thought skyclops. They probably found dino bones and freaked out. Bigfoot is real. I would know I'm Bigfoot. Losing the ancient texts. Yeah. Dragons exist in my heart. I totally party with Bigfoot. He signed my camping hammock. You guys are just no fun. You guys are like my science buddy that's like studies microgenetics and sucks all the fun out of everything because everything is real. He doesn't believe that in the dinosaurs have feathers theory. Well, I guess he believes in it, but he doesn't believe that every single dino had feathers. Ah, man. You science nerds. Just kidding, I love all you guys. I do think that, like, well, okay, alternative theory. What if humans and dinosaurs existed at the same time for a brief moment in history, and that's where, like, the cave drawings came from, of, like, dragons, and then that's why. Like, why does every single dragon have, like, yeah, like, fire-breathing dragons? Like, you're gonna tell me that some creative person came up with this and it wasn't me? No. You guys, crazy. You're gonna tell me creative people existed in, like, ancient times and were, like, coming up with ideas? How dare they? Hey, Elizangela. Thank you. Hey, Torva. Wait, hold on. I need to see how many of you guys still have whimsy. Do you believe in mythical creatures? Pretend I spelled this all right. Bigfoot. Dragons. Unicorn. Yes, no. Yes, it's fun. No, I'm boring. There. Totally not. Totally not biased. If somebody showed you proof that a unicorn or Bigfoot or dragons actually existed at some point in history, unequivocal proof, or maybe it's not unequivocal proof, because that's not even that fun, but like, would you be like, yeah, sure. I don't believe in them, but I think they're cool. Yeah, see, like, whatever. My husband believes in Bigfoot, so he's like a true believer. The Loch Ness Monster? Okay, I don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. However, I would never tell somebody that the Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist. I did watch this one guy disprove every single sea monster that ever has washed up on shore before, and it kind of like took the fun out of it for me, of believing in sea monsters, which sucks. I hate him for that. How dare he? I believe in dragons, but not Nessie. I don't know if I believe that Nessie is specifically in that pond. I could believe that there are probably things that look like Nessie out in like the deep ocean that we haven't seen yet because like the deep ocean is crazy. But in like one, actually, well, I've never been to Lake Loch Ness, so I have no idea how big that lake is. It could be like a massive lake. I like how it's a 50-50. That's actually pretty impressive. I probably don't believe in the majority of like mythical creatures, but I do like believing in a couple. It's fun. Yeah, there's been a lot of shows specifically about like closed off bodies of water and like seeing stuff like that. But then I watch these like I watch a lot of YouTubes as they were like exploring the deep, and it's like 10 new fish species that we didn't know existed until a week ago type things, you know? Kraken was real. Sometimes I watched this one video that posited that the Kraken might have been a rogue wave. And or it could have been a giant squid. It could have been a giant squid. I definitely just said hi on my normal person account. Hello again from the account. It's a squid. Yeah. I find it interesting, like, the ancient river monsters, because I watched Implemin. He's like a pretty popular YouTuber. He did a video on rogue waves and like how rogue waves could have accounted for some of the weirdness in like old sea charts and stuff. Of course, you're talking to somebody that's like one of their favorite movies when they were a kid was like Sinbad, with like a bunch of like sea monsters and everything, so... It's hard for me to give up sea monsters. Particularly. The fact that the colossal squid literally exists, which is interesting. And I watched so many videos on like 10 species that went extinct, that were extinct for 100 years and have now just been rediscovered. I don't know. I'm a boring person who doesn't believe in mythical beings, but I do think that ecological information around why they can't exist is also fun and cool. Fair enough, fair enough. I think that's probably what my science major buddies would say. I guess I shouldn't have thought anything... I don't know. Do you guys believe the Megalodon is still alive? I sure hope it's not, because... So... The science center I went to a couple weeks ago that prompted my theory about if dragons actually did. I don't think okay, let me preface this. I don't think dragons are still around today. There's no way that, well, the Komodo dragon's around today, but I don't think like dragons are around today. But it seems interesting to me that there were so many. I don't know. You could like do that. What's it called? The global subconsciousness of like humanity created dragons all at the same time because we all thought of it at the or some bullcrap like that. But anyway, so at the same like science center that I went to, which was a very fun science center, it's one of my favorites. It's the one I grew up with. They had a shark exhibit, and they had a Megalodon statue, and it was the first time that I had seen a Megalodon statue that wasn't just its jaws. Like, they created the, like they created like the actual true size of the megalodon using this jaw. Like it was insane. It was the first time I'd ever seen like a statue of, and it was just like the front part of its body. It was crazy. Okay, I think that's good enough for the... I just needed to refine, like, literally everything, except for the tail. Meat doesn't need refined before I sketch out the final version, I think. Oh, and I don't like how this looks now. I feel like this needs its ears or something right there. Yeah, that's... We do not have the technology to revive... Yeah, well, you know, Jurassic Park also exists. But so does, like, Terminator remade AI, so I don't know. The Leviathan whale. If we do de-extinct animals. I wonder what the... I don't know. You guys, I just watched a bunch of deep sea ocean documentaries before I came on here, so like that's why I was like thinking about it. I watched stuff about brine pools. And then I watched stuff about a guy put a camera down a bunch of like holes in the coral reef. And then I watched a documentary on orca whales. And then I started streaming. So this is why I'm deciding to talk about it now. So I watched those. What does that imply? I don't know, I was just watching orca whales, like, take down a blue whale and stuff like that. Crazy. I just see whales during the cruise you were on. Yeah. One day I'll do a Alaska cruise. Up to some of the national parks. Some of the national park, I think Glacier Bay. No, Glacier Bay's in Washington, right? I don't remember. Glacier Bay has a lot of orcas. Let me double check. Glacier Bay is in, yeah, Alaska. Glacier Bay has a lot of orcas. I am drawing dragons. Well, they are quite chibi, but they're not all chibi. They're just quite chibi. Have I watched Nautilus live? I think I have. I think I have, actually. Have you seen, if you guys like ocean documentaries, have you seen My Octopus Teacher? That one is probably one of the better ones that they've ever released. I think it's like, it was just a one-man thing. It's really nice. I should watch it again. I haven't watched it in a couple years. It was on Netflix. It might still be on Netflix. A whale fall live. Ooh, I love the whale falls. Yeah, I don't think I watch them stream. I usually just watch their highlights, I think. I watch the Eagle cam. I watch some Eagle cams that are live. I watch a lot of bird cams live for nature lives. A weird eel that looks like a balloon. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't know, I've seen a lot. I watched, oh, it started because one of my tank makers posted a video, and so I was like all up in the water and water life today. Tanks for nothing. He's such a good YouTuber. That YouTube rabbit hole. Dragon. I definitely need to draw I have 2 dragon OCs. One of them, neither of them are like super dragony though. Well, I think both of them are like more Chinese dragons. I don't have any that are like proper. Do I? Bomb is a spring dragon. Yeah, it has I bought this from Nicole. It has Sakura cherry blossomy things as its. I guess it has it has ears or whatever. Drew it a couple times. I've only drawn it a couple times. La 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 la. A spring dragon. That's all it says on Toy House. Bomb. Bomb. A spring dragon. I'm so creative. Bomb had a friend, though, but I can't remember where the friend went. I think it was a winter dragon. Because I remember it being like black, white, and blue. Like, icy colors. Have I seen the new Jurassic World movie? I have not. I have not seen a new movie in a hot minute. What was the last movie I saw in theaters? God, I can't even remember. It was probably a Marvel movie. I think it was Guardians of the Galaxy 3 or something like that. Flow. I haven't seen a cartoon movie in theaters in all. I think the last time I saw a cartoon movie. Oh, I saw Lightyear. I like the cat in Lightyear. If I was a kid, I would want a freaking model of that, like, cat. So bad. I would have asked Santa for it. Was that Spider-Man one? I haven't seen any of the Spider-Verse movies in theaters. I saw the first Spider-Verse. On my TV. I haven't seen the second one. You saw Transformers 1 in theaters? Is that the animated one? We did see Flo. Well, the last animated movie I saw was... probably Raya. I think I watched Raya last year. That's so sad to say that, but... You want to rewatch Spider... Is it only on Apple TV? I need to watch Arcane. I'm watching Mob Psycho right now. But that's not a movie, it's a TV show. I'm on season 3. It's the first anime I've seen in a really long time. Animated movies. Yeah, I don't have anyone that would go to animated movies with me in real life. Most of my friends just want to go to like the superhero or like the summer blockbuster movies. My dad will go to like space like sci-fi movies with me. So like we saw Gravity and like The Martian, and because he really likes seeing this. I like them too. The space movies are really good at like the IMAX, like the really big screen. Working as an animator, yeah. The only person that I could go see like an animated movie with is my niece, my 8-year-old niece. But she only wants to go to like, you know, like Moana 2, and like she really likes Wish and stuff like that, so she wouldn't go to like Flow with me. I need to watch the Wild Robot. That's on my like to watch list. The Wild Robot and Flow. Aren't they coming out with a Zootopia 2, or did I not hear that right? Yeah, my dad would probably see the Wild Robot with me. I ask him. Well, I mean, I would just go and watch it. I don't think it's in theaters anymore. We just watch it. What's the like gimmick of Zootopia 2? Does it have like reptiles in it now or something? Is that its gimmick? It's adding reptiles or something? There's a snake. Yeah, I saw the snake in the trailer. I guess that's why I probably thought that. Death, Puss in Boots, hooded figure. I don't keep up on promos. It's just whenever YouTube gives me an ad for it. I'm waiting on the Warrior Cats movie. I think I just lost like 5 years of my life by even saying that joke. All I'm getting right now are ads for Superman. The Superman movie coming out. I've just been getting ad upon ad upon ad of that. I'm getting ads for like a musical or something that's like coming out, or I don't know if it's out already. I don't know. I think I'm getting an ad for a video game. Oh, I'm getting ads for the new Pixar movie with the alien. I know. No one should be... Okay, guys, if you're not in it on the joke, no one should be excited for the Warrior Cats movie. They're using AI in the concept art. It's being made by Tencent, and mega corporation that's not gonna care anything about putting out anything other than slop. It's probably gonna be behind a paywall because Tencent loves paywalls. They'll probably release the first episode for free, and the next episodes will be like paywalled behind some stupid app that no one uses. I'm excited for the new Kirby Air Ride coming out. Air Riders, Kirby Air Riders. I wonder when that will come out. That's a video game. I feel like I'm much more up to date on video game news. Harder for fan productions for canon arts to come out? I don't know. Maybe. But I feel like, let's be real here. Who would have to file a copyright complaint? It would have to be Kulabi. I mean, if you're making a fan production that doesn't use anything that the movie has used, how can the people that are for free? I don't know. If it's a movie, they said it's an animated. They acted like it was a series. I believe. They acted like it was going to be a series focusing on adapting the first arc of Warrior Cats. If I remember correctly. Little Dragon Studios is inferior compared to Warrior Cats Animated. Do note, I work on Warrior Cats Animated as a director. I must shamelessly plug my own content. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it ends up in like 5-minute little cartoony shorts or something stupid. Little Dragon Studios did not get cease and desisted without them literally going up to the Warrior Cats people, knocking on their door and saying, hey, is it okay if we make an animated adaptation of the first book using minimal changes to your writing style and basically just word for word copying your script? Forcing Kulabi to be like, no, it's not okay, stop. Like... They brought fire onto their own house, essentially. I'm drawing a Wings of Fire dragon. It's a commission. Hey, Dawn. I think that there's like a, when it comes to adaptations, I think that there's a very, they have a very lax view on adaptations because honestly, I feel like Kulabi understands that people adapting the Warrior Cats content is helping them more than it's harming them. I think there's a reason why SSS Warrior Cats hasn't been taken down, why, oh shoot, what's their name? The spoof animation, shoot, who's that by? I can't remember. Why my stuff hasn't been taken down, why Triple of Doom's animated adaptation has been taken down. I feel like there's plausible deniability until you actually go up to Warrior Cats, the Warrior Cat people and be like, hey, are you okay? Yeah, Bok Bok Choi, thank you. I think that as long as you don't like knock on their door and ask for a proper yes or no, because clearly if you knock on someone's door and say, hey, can I adapt and steal basically your work as my script to create this stuff on YouTube, people are gonna say no. Yeah, Bok Bok Choi. I don't know why their name escaped me. They have good stuff. They let a lot of stuff live. So I feel like they can pretend they do not see it for some of the stuff when it probably does more good than it does harm to them, you know? I don't know, man. Yeah, just don't ask. Yeah. There's a few times that they have swung that gavel. And most of the time, it's because it's either merch that's using copyrighted imagery, which the only things that they have copyrighted so far are the clan symbols, and probably, like, the logo Warrior Cats. Like the logo Warriors. And when you're doing stuff that is a direct rip-off, not rip-off, it's either a direct nod towards original content, like the Mini Maker. I don't know. People are very careful, though. They can't copyright descriptions. They can't copyright an artist's recreation of a description in their own book that's not even, like, consistent all the time. So as long as you try to make it vague enough that, like, people who know, they can't really do anything about it. They can't copyright every single ginger cat stuffed animal or ginger cat drawing and be like, this is Warrior Cats. I mean, even if you title them a character's name, I really don't think they can do much. Because they haven't copyrighted a lot of the names. The problem is that their names change throughout the books. So you could copyright... and I don't really feel like you can copyright names, can you? I don't know. It's a slippery slope. It's very interesting. Most of us don't use... I mean, let's be real, guys. My Warrior Cat, like, ARC posters are probably the thing in my store that's pushing the most. Like, if anything was ever going to get taken down from my store, it's going to be those posters. So buy them now, smile. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, I could imagine them... But at the same time, how much is it going to cost to trademark every single thing like that? And I feel like that's a different type of license than... I feel like that might be a little bit different of a type of license than, like, trademarking the actual, like, logos. It's very interesting to think. Hey, Bluna. Yeah, we started with, Melancholy. I mean, I don't think cost would be an issue for them, but it's just like... I don't know, man. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, see what they are making merch out of. Because most of their merch has either the logo on it, or it's an original piece of art. Like, it's a cover, because they own the rights to that artwork as the cover. It's, like, art that they've commissioned for other people. It's, like, fonts and stuff. Not fonts. It's, like, graphic design. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, they clearly know that people are selling Warrior Cat stuff. They clearly know that. If they ever wanted to come to me and, like, officially license some of my stuff, I would, like, seriously consider them if they, like, paid me money. Like, proper money. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Amber, because I've vended next to those people before, and I don't know if Marvel just doesn't see them as, like, that much of a, like, I think that if they started seeing, like, a drop in sales of, like, the Warrior Cat plushies or something like that, I think they would start going after, like, actual plushies. But everyone that does plushies, which is, they tend to go after merch that they've made similar type products. They're selling similar type products in the store, which is why I'm like, I really want to do vinyl. I really want to do figures, but I'd have to be very, very careful. First of all, I haven't really gotten a quote or anything, but, like, they sell vinyl, they sell figures, so they're much more likely to do something about that. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure they go on Etsy and look up Warrior Cat stuff. I'm sure they know that most people on Etsy write battle cats or, like, forest cats or something like that. Like, they probably let a lot of stuff slide. Yeah. But you have to be careful with the plushies, for sure, for sure. We will see. I have gotten an email from somebody that is willing to help me with making enamel pins. The problem with the 3D, like the figures, is that ideally I think I want to like get them 3D printed. But I'd need somebody to 3D model the figures for me because I can't do it. So I would need a lot of, like, the enamel pins I can create my own enamel pin, like, pattern. Money rules for money on your fan fight. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is true. This is true. I mean, technically speaking, you could probably prove in a court of law that somebody came up with this idea strictly from, like, the book series Warrior Cats. But, like, again, they'd have to take you to the court of law, and they'd have to also pay for their attorney, and they'd also have to go through all those motions. What, just to stop you from making, like, a couple $1,000? Ugh. You're gonna spend, like, $10,000 just preventing you from, like, stealing something from them. So... Fan artists at cons understand this. Most of us do not take it for granted. Okay. Yeah, are you talking about the Temu stickers or the ones they sell on Amazon? The aggregated stickers, the people that host them just steal designs from, like, me, other artists, everybody. They haven't gotten permission to use any of them. But if you take that down, they'll just put it right back up. There's nothing you can do about it. Don't buy on Temu, guys. But yeah, I've seen them on, people have stolen my stuff and sold it on Redbubble as well. I've seen that before. Even though I have a Redbubble, I literally have a Redbubble. It's like, whatever. Normal legal ways of doing an art job. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I will say selling fan art at conventions is a lucrative business. If you have, like, a name and it's a hard business though, because you have to keep up with, like, trends and stuff like that. It's bad. Unless you're me, and then I can just draw warrior cats for the rest of my life. And not care how many people actually read warrior cats and just like thrive off nostalgia alone. Yeah, full table is hard. I don't do it. Like, one of my friends does like 30, I think she did like 35 last year. 35 weekends we're tabling. She's insane. I don't know how she does it. Yeah, it's most of the weekends, yes. She is insane. See if I can get this right. Making your own fursuity things? Yeah. It is fun. Did I tell you guys that I did get into Furrydelphia, but I'm trying to figure out if I will actually commit to it or not, because, of some issues I have with one of the rules. If I can't... I'm waiting to hear back from the person to see before I commit to it. I did get accepted. It's an issue with how they're making me process my payments. I don't like it. That's the issue. They're making me process my payments. They're wanting me to process my payments as if I don't have a tax license, and I do, and I would like them to exclude me from the rule because I can collect taxes. Yeah, we'll see what they say. If they don't let me process my own payments, I will not be going, because that sounds like absolute torture for everyone involved. Hey, Yara. Hey, Super Run. Welcome on in. Let's see. I want to erase this part for now. And This is mine. Thanks. I also like the Mystery Dungeon music. I've been listening to it quite a bit lately. I think I might play... I don't think I ever finished the remake of Mystery Dungeon that came out on the Switch. Maybe I should finish it. I don't know, I'm playing Bravely Default right now. So... I remember it being, like, pretty hard. Well, it was hard for me to figure out because the mechanics were a lot different than the original Mystery Dungeon game, and it was kind of difficult for me to figure it out. Yeah, I played the original, like, Blue Mystery Dungeon, like, it was going out of style. I think I was trying to get, like, a whole living dex on it at one point. But you have to get Kecleon, which sucks. I was not a Pokemon kid, and I was barely aware of the Mystery Dungeon, so every time I see the sheer number of PMD webcomics on Comic Fury. I'm one of those weirdos that I grew up, I preferred Blue Rescue Team over Explorers of, like, Time and Darkness. My favorite thing about the Mystery Dungeon was, like, the friend areas. The friend areas are really cool, and you can, like, see the Pokemon you recruited, and they're all, like, hanging out, and it's like a little vivarium type thing. And Explorers of Time and Darkness did not have it, and I was so disappointed. The stickers? I don't know. I've definitely seen my art being sold in, like, those giant sticker packs before. Tui worked on Warrior Cats, yes. She's not the creator of Warrior Cats. She was one of Vicky's editors, I believe. Feeling about replay Ori again. I just replayed Ori like a couple months ago. Did I play Pokemon Ranger games? I did. I did play them. I played the first two, I think. I played the first one. I got the Manaphy egg from it. Like the actual true way you were supposed to get Manaphy. I think I played the second one. Maybe. I played the heck out of the first one. I believe my sister scratched her 3DS screen with it. Or she might have scratched it with Rhythm Heaven. Well, her DS. I considered going to the tour too. It was on recently since I had an Atlanta stop. Not when I saw the tickets were specifically for 1 adult and 1 children. Like, you couldn't buy a single ticket? That's weird. How old is Wings of Fire? When did the first Wings of Fire book come out? The first was in 2012. That would explain why I never read it. 2012, I was literally a senior in high school. Way out of the demographic of reading it. I was like in the Homestuck fandom, in the mud wrestling. When I was not reading, I fell off Warriors in 2012, 2014. I fell off at about probably like 2011, because that's when I started reading Homestuck, I believe. Well, I was into Homestuck, and then I was into like anime for the first time. Was reading like graphic visual novels or whatever, Rumineko and stuff. Wings of Fire was released rapid fire. I mean, Warrior Cats was also released rapid fire. The first 3 Warrior Cats books all came out in 2003. I generally thought they were done with Warrior Cats. I think they were done with like the original couple for a while. Yeah, the year between the Sun Trail and the Last Hope is, I think, the longest they've ever gone without a main series book. Elder's Quest and Hidden Moon, though, is pretty far up there as well. And it's crazy that it's, like, between the first and second book. I want to say that the gap between the Elder's Quest and Hidden Moon is probably the longest gap, the largest gap between 2 main arc books, I think. I'd have to, like, actually look, but it's gotta be close. And they're both gonna be nothing burgers. Sad face. This song always reminds me of, like, Final Fantasy or something. It's very, like, 8-bitty. Well, I think that they just, like, the graphic novel is making so much more money that they just don't care as much. Well, also they were trying to figure out who was going to be writing, who was going to take the place of Kate. I honestly feel like Stormclan's Folly was probably supposed to come out maybe like around this time, but because Clarissa had to write it, it took longer. Clarissa's the new head writer that took over Kate's spot. She's now writing Super Editions and main arc books, along with Cherith. And she very, very, very clearly wrote Stormclan's Folly. I think that's why Stormclan's Folly took so long. I think Kate was supposed to write Stormclan's Folly. Kate left. Or I don't know. I think where Stormclan's Folly is released, it was supposed to be Kate writing it. Because Cherith wrote The Elder's Quest and she's writing Hidden Moon, right? So that leads me to believe that the slot that Stormclan's Folly was supposed to be Kate. But Clarissa had to take it because Kate left. Clarissa was an editor. She has only written the novellas, and then she wrote the short stories for the Ultimate Guide. I believe she wrote the View from StarClan one, where we see Clear Sky lose his last life. That was when we got confirmation that Skystar was the second leader, the second founder to lose all of his 9 lives. And we got confirmation that Sparrow Star is the successor of SkyClan. We did not know who the second leader of SkyClan was until then. I'm still pumped. I feel like I'm too pumped for it and I need to stop. Well, let's be... Okay, so like, the writing is going to be pretty bad, you guys. Even for a Warrior Cat book. It's going to be pretty bad. It's super stunted. Just from the freaking preview, it was super stunted. But, oh man, where I went to into shading. I guess I'll just do it a little bit underneath the wing. But I'm still hoping it's okay. I don't think they have... I don't know. It doesn't... The Tiger Star and Sasha comes out on Tuesday, no? You might not even read. Why would you not read it, Sandblossom? I'm genuinely interested. I'm not saying that, like, I think that that's a stupid answer. I'm, like, genuinely interested in the reasons why people don't want to read Stormclan's Folly. Because I know a lot of people aren't reading it. You can't bring yourself to care. Yeah, that's fair. I legitimately feel like if Stormclan's Folly has a good reception, it opens the door for the team to explore different eras of warrior cats, which I think would lead to some more interesting developments. So I care, because I feel like if other people care, it could lead to, even if Stormclan's Folly isn't like the best, it could lead them to like explore more cool things. You hate reading traveling scenes? Yeah, well, it's definitely, it'll be interesting. It's a pretty short book, comparatively, like, for how much it's probably going to cover. So I'm hoping that the traveling isn't too fillery. I'm hoping it's like Hawkwing's Journeys traveling, where they kind of just end up traveling and then they end up going to the next. They kind of just like teleport to the next location. I'm kind of hoping for that. Also, it sounds like they might be traveling to like the ocean, or like meeting different creatures or something. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we have to have, so Stormclan has to travel to where they end up. And then Galestar needs to travel to the Wildcats, right? Do you guys think that SkyClan is going to be in the book? Do you think that they're going to see SkyClan? Do you think they'll travel to the Gorge? Nah. Fair enough. If they see SkyClan, that's gonna be like even more crazy for my timeline. Honestly, I would love if they see SkyClan, because for timeline purposes, I would love to see if Cloudstar is still leader, if Buzzardstar is already taken over, how, like, do some of the apprentices that were in some of the kids that were in Cloudstar's journey could finally get warrior cat names? Like, we could know who, like, what Hatch Kit's full warrior name is. You're scared of that. Oh. The potential for my spreadsheet's immaculate. What if we get Spider Star's warrior name, you guys? That would be pretty pog. Whenever we get like a leader's warrior name it hasn't been revealed yet, that's pretty fun. The fact that we don't have an official warrior name for Heather Star is insane to me. Absolutely insane. Criminal even. Vicky says it in her notes it was supposed to be Heather Step, but that's boring because Hail Step. Hail Star's warrior name was Hail Step. So you're gonna tell me that Heather Star's warrior name was also Heather Step? Boring. Alright, Bluna. I think I'm done. I'm gonna send it over to ya. Heather Step is cute, but it's boring that it's the same exact as Hail Star's. Awesome. I'm gonna send you a shaded version and a non-shaded version. Melancholy. Heather Feather, Heather Step. Heather Step is the semi-canon name of Heather. It's what I'll probably stick in my spreadsheet, but the fact that it's not canon is so sad. Amber's name's not Amber. Yeah, it's obviously Amber Heather. Valid Werecat name. Alrighty, sending this over. Where'd you go? Did I not save you in the... I did not. I saved you in the... Where'd I save you? Did I not save you in the commission examples? Where did I save this? Headshots. I saved you in the stupid headshots folder. Oh my gosh. It's because I was working on headshots yesterday. Not yesterday, a couple days ago. Alrighty, I sent it over to you. Heather Breeze, Heather Leaf, Heather... What do I think? Heather... At first I was like Heather Flake. That sounds like a freaking clan gen name though. Heather Wind. Heatherfall. Heatherfall's cute. Apple as a dragon. Ooh. Apple as a dragon. Wait, hold on. Oh, why is it? There. She looks pretty good. I like her big boopable snout. Yeah, I don't know why it's not sending as transparent, because it's oh, I guess maybe it's not transparent. It's cute. I feel like she needs to have like red on her. Maybe she has a little cardinal or something. Like she needs to have her scarf colors in her. She looks naked. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, who do we have in queue? We have Ray, which I will text on stream. Ray's got the headshot, and it's a cat. So Sunreeb, I believe, is the other one that's got a non-cat. So we could get Sunreeb out. I don't know if anyone else is in chat that's in queue. Sun has another... I've done a couple of Sun's characters before. They have like anthro birds, which are really cool. So I'll probably chibify this a little bit. Not as much as this, but we could get the other wings out of the way. The other one, so Huli, Queenie, and Ray all have cats, I believe. Yeah. So let's get the other non-cat out of the way, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get a little snacky snack first, though. I will be right back. You guys can look at Melancholy while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I return. I got some crackers. Alrighty, let's do this beautiful little owl hybrid. Named Roz. Let's get him. We got pizza. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner tonight. I have soup. I have like so much soup that I made for myself, but I froze 3 bowls of it. Well, I froze like 6 servings of it, so I ate the rest of it that was in my fridge. But if I was gonna have more of it tonight, I'd have to unfreeze it. I was thinking of having a baked potato tonight, the loaded baked potato. And cola. I don't have cola very often. I only have it maybe like, well, I guess I have it maybe once every 2 weeks. I'll have a craving for a soda. I don't keep any in the house. I usually just have it if I have like, if I take out, if I have fast food, which is about every 2 weeks. Cola or Pepsi? Pepsi, I prefer Coca-Cola. Pepsi is a little bit too sweet for me. I don't know why, but Coca-Cola feels like it's less sweet, even though I know it's not. Pizza rolls are like the go. I ate so many pizza rolls when I was growing up. You really like orange soda. I don't think I've ever had orange soda. Usually when I have soda, I either have a root beer or I have a Dr. Pepper. Yeah, Dr. Pepper's the goat. Dr. Pepper's my favorite dark soda. I mean, root beer is, I guess root beer is a soda, right? It doesn't have any caffeine in it, but it is like a fizzy drink. And then I like ginger ale, like, and stuff. Canada Dry ginger ale. If I wanted a light soda. Yeah, root beer, honestly, root beer, I don't really consider it, it is a soda, but it's not like, well, it doesn't have any caffeine in it. Soda for me is like something that has caffeine in it. But I mean, I guess Sprite is a soda, and Sprite also doesn't have any caffeine, so. So I guess it is a soda. I cannot stand any diet sodas. It tastes like I'm drinking sparkling water, and as an American, I did not grow up on sparkling water, so I just don't drink that much soda though, so. My main substance is water, coffee, and 2% milk. That's pretty much all that I put. Well, I guess I do have like some orange juice every once in a while. But the majority of my days, I just have 2% milk, coffee, and water. Yeah. As an American, I do not like sparkling water as much. I did not grow up with it. I know that in Europe, people grow up with sparkling water, and it's a lot more like ingrained in them. But sparkling water to me just tastes like when you went to like a fast food restaurant and you got a fountain drink and you started drinking it and there was no syrup in it. And you're like, this is disgusting. Where's my soda? My sister really likes the LaCroix, though, so she likes sparkling water. Hey, Spectre. Or Spectator. Okay, Ferret, have fun outside. It's 88 here. It was 90 yesterday, so it's a little hot over here in Ohio today. I had to turn on the fan in the living room. It was bad. Sparkling water feels like putting a jacuzzi in your mouth. I've never done that. I can't say I don't have anything to base that off of. I like sparkling water, yeah. Like I said, Europeans like it a lot more than American people. I will drink water from the tap. I don't like bottled water that much. I just drink it from the tap like a crazy person. Milk and orange juice. You guys like pulp? Pulp or no pulp when you're orange juice? We've had this discussion before on stream, by the way. So, stream regulars will know what my opinion is. Pulp. Yeah, pulp is true. Pulp is my personal choice as well. And I'm a texture person. I don't like the texture of a lot of stuff. But pulp I can handle. I got into Power of Three in 2 months. Ooh. Are you still reading it? You think Poison Paw and Sweet Paw? Sweet Paw is a valid warrior name. We've had a Sweet Paw and a Sweet Briar. Poison... Poison feels like a fan name to me, but I think it's because we've never had a warrior cat named Poison. Also, it seems like kind of a harsh name that a mother would give to their kid. Like Poison Kit. Sometimes I think about that. I'm like, would your mom name that? If they, like, didn't hate you? I can't remember how long it took me to get caught up with warrior cats, but when I was younger, there were not that many books, so it was probably not that long. I would have just had to read like 12 books, I think, to get caught up, because I think I got caught up at the end of Sunset. Yeah, she called him Broken Kit because of her broken heart or some bullcrap like that is what she... A lot of those like early warrior cat names, they had to come up with like the cruel, like why they were called Crooked Jaw or something like that. So they come up with like these weird things. Or like how Deadfoot got his name. That one like was one of the I still don't understand. It's like so out of the blue when Heather Paul just names him Deadpaw. It's like so weird. She's like, yeah, I think he's gonna be called Deadpaw instead of Hot Paw now. Plus, a true warrior cat doesn't really use poison and stuff to win battles, as a la Juniper Claw. So I feel like renaming him to like Poison Claw or something like that would just be kind of like an insult to his honor. Names like Radio and Fungal. There is definitely an Apocalypse AU that... There's a couple of AUs I've seen that are like apocalypsy. I was in a D&D inspired roleplay where we were cats. It was not really Warrior Cats inspired at that point, but... Yeah, I guess it wasn't really Warrior Cats inspired. We were just cats, but it was after an apocalypse. There is a SCP. That's the one that's like a wiki page on like weird beings, right? Creepypastas. I always thought that they were more like lore-y than creepypastas. Creepypastas are stories. Aren't the STPs are just like lore? Like lore pages? Or like monsters. Yeah. Have you guys ever played Control? Control, I thought, I think Control was inspired by like SCPs and stuff. Wait, it's an SCP warrior cat, Matt? Okay. Get the little pussies in. I like the coloring on this. Oh, see, it's kind of like a robin almost. Welcome back, Amber. Beetle Claw sounds like a warrior name. Yes, that one's good. Bell Paw? That doesn't really make much sense because I don't know why a warrior cat would be named Belle unless it was like named Belle as a kitty pet. Stingtail could work, yes. I think Stingtail I would be fine with as a warrior name. So I don't know if Coffee tells you when my commission slots open, but they tend to open. There's 2 slots that open Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, and there's 3 slots that open Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. This week, 1 slot was still open pretty late into the evening on Thursday. So if you just check my coffee on those 2 days, around that time, I open them on stream. So as soon as my stream ends is when I open up the slots for that week. I feel like if I notified people, if I like wrote on Twitter every time I opened up slots, they would go very quickly. Yeah, no problem, Hanako. Like, I think it would be even harder to get a slot, honestly. Because I only open up a couple at a time. Yeah, Tuesday. So those are the stream commissions. Yeah. On Thursday, I think the last slot was filled maybe at like 10 p.m. on Thursday. So it was open for picking for a couple of hours after I opened them. Have you guys read Guardians of Ga'Hoole? I need to read the second book of that. It's on my list of things to do. Maybe I'll do that after stream today. That sounds kind of fun. It's a quick read. I've only read the first so far. It was cool. It was, it's a little bit hard. I'm not a huge owl person, so when they're like when they just like describe somebody as a type of owl, it's hard for me to like immediately visualize what that owl is supposed to look like. And then I wasn't expecting a global, or I wasn't expecting an omniscient third-person narrator that could just switch into other perspectives very easily. So that took me by surprise, because that's a pretty like hard narration to follow as like a kid, I feel like. Yeah. But I like the story. I like the world building so far. Yeah, I wasn't really like expecting it in that demographic of book, you know? It's something that I expect from like well, I'm reading House of a lot of Danielskis are like third person omniscient. So like it's not like I was just not expecting it from that reading level, I suppose. Cuz it can be hard to follow. What's Starboard and Portman? Oh, I haven't gotten that far. They haven't been doing stuff like that. In the first book, I liked the little scene where like one of them is like stealing eggs or whatever with the eagles. I really like eagles, so I was like, ooh, eagles. And other stuff. I could see like people really getting into it as a kid. Trout Song sounds fine. Mint Wing sounds fine. Rush Star's fine. Lich and Lily. So a lot of those names feel like... And they're fine names. I'm just saying, like, from somebody that's used to warrior cat names, like the official book names, a lot of those feel like clan gen names, whereas the two names don't really work well to develop a particular picture, if that makes sense. So, like, they feel like the prefixes and suffixes were each picked individually and just put together. I like Trout Song. Trout Song sounds fine. Rush is like a valid prefix for a warrior cat name. There's quite a few rushes. Rush tail, rush tooth, rush paw, etc. Mint. Mint is a hard one because we technically only have mint with mint fur. Or mint nose, maybe we have. Mint wing probably is fine, though. Lichen Lily doesn't really roll off the tongue very well when you, like, say it out loud. St. Aggie's. Yeah, I did really like them focusing on it a lot and, like, taking us through all the different aspects of, like, what kind of jobs you can get and stuff like that. They don't really explain that much either. So it leaves you kind of like, oh. So you're kind of, even though you're like an omniscient narrator or like reading it omnisciently, you don't really get explanations of any of the stuff. No, I'm not saying you use ClanGen. I'm saying, so the thing about ClanGen names is that the prefix and the suffix are individually generated without thinking about how they combine, you know? So you get stuff like, I don't know, lightning flake, where it doesn't really bring any imagery up, and they kind of just like don't, it doesn't feel like they were picked intentionally. Like, it doesn't feel like somebody, yeah, Cheese Lily or something. It doesn't feel like a leader looked at the cat, saw its qualities, and named it based on those qualities, you know? Whereas I appreciate names that feel like they're a good descriptor for either how they look or how they act or stuff like that, you know? Yeah. I'll probably read the second one soon. I need to finish reading Mandatory first, but so many books. I can send you the books if you don't have them, Amber. They are quick reads. I read the first one in, like, an afternoon. Give me a second. Amba. 9 through 15. I don't know how many there are. There's a prequel arc, isn't there? Glow pelt? Yeah, I could see that. Glow is a suffix now, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that it would be a prefix. Don't take my advice, like, too seriously. I am known for, like, preferring cats with, like, pelt and fur and whisker and claw at the end of their name. I'm very boring. I am not... To most people, I'm sure they would be thankful, too, that I am not the end-all, be-all of warrior cat names. Because otherwise we wouldn't get, like... I wouldn't have okayed Ridge Glow. I'd have been like, no. No. Rename. I probably wouldn't have okayed Fidget Flake either. I wouldn't have okayed Fidget. You saw the Gahul movie? I think I did too. Do you have any recommendations for any books similar to Warriors with animal characters? I liked the Miss Mantle Chronicles and Tale of Despero when I was a kid. I also really liked... What else did I like as a kid? I liked Freddy. What else? I'd never read Redwall. Gardens Like a Hole, Wings of Fire. A lot of people read Wings of Fire. Oh, you're fine. Light blooms. Yeah, yours is... Yeah. Okay, when somebody said after the nuclear apocalypse, I was like, I could have sworn somebody in here has, like, a story. Well, then I remember that there was, like, an apocalypse AU or whatever map thing. I don't know. I don't focus too hard on the AUs. AU maps. I can't follow any of them. Except for I can follow the Boone AU because Dragon Wolf Rook at one of the conventions I went to, me and her talked about it for probably like 3 hours, and she was just explaining it to me. It was awesome. Oh, that was at Popcat's Light Blooms. Oh, you weren't there that day because you showed up on Friday. Dragon Wolf Rook was there on Saturday, or you were there on Saturday. Dragon Wolf Rook was there on Sunday. It was a 2-day con. Yeah. So, hold on, Darkleaf. You've only ever read Warrior Cats in your entire life. You started reading Warrior Cats when Moonrise came out. So that's reasonably like 2006, 2005. And since then, since 2005, you haven't read a single other book. Is this true? That doesn't seem real. You have to have read other books. Wait. You're still in school, Darkleaf? Wait, hold on. You were at the age to read Warrior Cats in 2005 or 6. Okay. I was like, you've been in school for like 20 something years. I was like, what in the world? I'm like, my math is not mathing. Like, the crazy math lady gif in my head. I read books for school. Oh, okay. So my issue was that read and read are written the same way, and... Well, no, because then you say, I don't read anything else. That's crazy. You should read more books than just Warrior Cats. For real. Main game last night where they learned more about the apocalypse and the split party might come back together next session. Ooh. I read a lot of autobiographies outside of Warrior Cats. I also read a lot of true crime. I like mystery books. I've been trying out a couple of psychological horror books. I also just like history books, like on different like deep dives into stuff. Pretty much the only other... I do like some sci-fi books. I haven't picked up on a good sci-fi in a while. I do want to read the Dune books eventually. It's on my list of things to do. I actually don't read a lot of fantasy books nowadays. Like, I mean, I read sci-fi fantasies. I remember reading... well, I read all the Ender's Game books, but that was when I was like a kid. I've read Old Man's War. That was an interesting book. I'm reading The House of Leaves and The Familiar right now. Those are both like psychological horror types. I used to read a lot of Dean Koontz books. He was like one of my favorite like kind of mystery authors for a while. I think I want to read like the Odyssey again. The Broken Earth. Yeah, a lot of these books are like adult books. I do feel like we tend to have more of a mature audience on these streams, on the commission streams, than we usually do. But yeah, there are still plenty of kiddos that watch on the commission streams. Oh, there's a darker bit up there that I didn't see. Okay, I see. Need to take off my glasses. Did I see the apprenticeship map? I did not. I think the Sphinx DB. I still haven't seen that one either, Amber. I hope it was accidental. That's a little weird. Shipping apprentices. I mean, I guess if you're... I don't know. If you're like a kid. But... yeah, I'm sure it is. I just haven't seen it yet. There's just something about like fully, like, there's something about storyboarded maps that feel... not as exciting to me. I guess. Plague Dogs. I've never read that book. I have watched the little short, or the movie. I think it's the actual movie. I have seen that. I've seen the movie. Isn't it like a super British, like it's super British, and it's like dialogue and stuff? And like they toned it down for the movie. Or am I thinking of something different? ABG. Difficult to parse if you're unfamiliar. Do you think... I guess, like a southern accent might be like that. I was like, does America have anything like that where, like, if you're not from there, it's, like, hard to understand them? I don't know. I guess southern accents are kind of, like, used like that sometimes. There is a 20-word vocab list. God. Some super... Oh, you mean like the Jersey Shore accents and stuff like that? Well, I'm saying this as, like, to an English native speaker. Because this is, like, a British slang that's hard for an American to understand, right? But I speak the same language as them, technically. So I'm talking about an accent that would be, like, just super difficult, or like a dialect that would be difficult for somebody that's even like an English native speaker to understand. Oh, that makes sense, Amber. Yeah, I think that Scottish accents and Irish accents can get pretty hard to understand for somebody that did not grow up in that area. I would assume you have an Irish accent, Dark Leaf. You are from Ireland. Can't really understand Scottish accents, but I live in the south of Britain. South of Britain, is that... That's not, Wales, is it? Wales is up towards Scotland, no? I will be real with you. I know Scotland is at the top of England, like the UK. Well, it's above England. Wales is west. Okay. This is just me being a silly American, not understanding any geography other than my own. Well, that's not true, because I know Japanese geography. I guess I've just never needed to know the geography of England. Well, the UK. England is simply a thing of the UK. But you're from England. Okay, okay. I follow a couple of like British, or I don't know if they're like Scottish streamers or something like that, but I think that they keep their accent pretty safe, but they say a couple of things where I'm just like, I don't know what that means, and I'm afraid to repeat it with you guys. I should probably Google it. There's like this one phrase that one of them uses a lot that I'm like, that is not a phrase we use in America. Hold on, let me look it up really quick to make sure I can say this out loud. Okay. Is this a slur? No, it's just a slang. Okay, that makes me feel better. Because they kind of use it in place of like the S word or the F word. So I was like, is it like a bad word? It might be a bad word, but it's not a bad word in America. I never heard it before. Oh, they say mingen, but I just looked it up. It just means like smelly. I feel like we use it the same way we would use like crappy. Mingen. Yeah. I had to make sure. I was pretty sure that it wasn't like a slur or anything, you know, but just wanted to make sure it wasn't a bad word, like a super bad word. This paradise. Wait, so do you use it for good things too? Or do you just use it for bad things? Like, can you say that's the crap? That's the stuff. Like, that's minging. No, bad things. Okay. That's what I had thought. Oh, it was hating on the lemonade. Okay, okay. I've never seen that video. Bad things, definitely. Okie doke. I'm blending in with the British folk. Do I want that there? I guess I don't really want it there because it's... Oh, yeah, they changed it to be more of a ambiguous... Okay, if you're talking about plague dogs, then yeah, they changed it to be more ambiguous than it is in the novel. In the novel, it's much more dystopian and futile. Did I need to shade this? Nope, no shading. Roz is done. Ralph, speaking of seeing an island, was a hallucination. Yeah. So they, like, totally, definitely die at the end of the book. Whereas it was changed to feel more hopeful for the movie, I think, because of, like, a producer or something. That thought it was too sad. Two down. All cats to go. No one's showing up today. It's just us here. Where's Roz? There they are. Oh, thank you. Hey, Hulu. Okay, Hulu gets to go next then. Hulu was lurking. Plague Dogs is why I keep getting confused when people refer to Watership Down as a sad story. Like Friends, in Watership Down, all the main characters live happily ever after. It is a fundamentally hopeful story. Yeah. There's only like a couple characters that actually die in Watership Down, right? I haven't read the book, but I've only watched the I watched the movie once, like the old movie from the 80s or whatever. I watched it once, and I don't remember that many characters dying in it. Oh, okay, Amber, I do remember that scene where, like, they show the rabbit suffocating. I do remember that scene. This, everybody, is a Grouper Fang, which is a cool name. Very cool name. And she must be from a beach colony because Huli has asked to have her hunched over opening some mussels or clams. Luxie commissioned me? I believe this is just a base. See? Base. Mostly remember that. Yeah, I could see, like, that being, like... Well, it's a pretty early scene, right? So, like, if you watched Watership Down as a kid and you saw that scene and that was, like, too scary for you, you might have shut it off and not, like, watched the rest of it. But then you have that, like, silly seagull in it that is, like, very... I think it's a seagull, right? It's like a bird. Like I said, I only watched that movie once, and it was for research. Waves hand around. It was like style research stuff for concept work. She is square. Okay. So she's a square girly. Okay, there's a couple of headshots here that are much more square. The only bit I remember is the nightmare with blood. Yeah, I've actually never seen Felidae. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the mature scenes in that. They seem, like, overly... They seem, like, done to a point where it's just not tasteful. So I've never really watched it. Like, I don't know. Felidae was not a book, was it? Is it an adaptation of a book, or was it its whole new story? Yeah, it just seems like not my type of movie, even though it's got cats in it and it's an animated movie and everything. I don't know. It's a book adaptation? Okay. I don't know. Well, when I was a kid, and I just remember people would, like, warn you about the content, so then I was, like, a kid that would actually, like, adhere to those warnings and, like, not watch stuff when they were like, oh, kids shouldn't watch this. We'd be like, okay. And then I learned more about, like, the specifics of why it's, like, labeled, like, a content warning, and I was like, yeah, I think I'll pass on it. Not knowing of those scenes and had to stop watching. Yeah, that's what I would be worried about. Where the book is progressive. I know! I love Ender's Game too, and then it's like, what the... I love the Ender's Game and, like, that universe. It's crazy. To me, it feels more like Europeans in its discussion of such things than, like, the shock factor way an American production might do it. I don't know. I know it's a French movie. Isn't it? German. Okay, okay. I knew it was European. There you go. I could have sworn it was a French movie. I mean, there's some pretty crazy, like, quote-unquote animated kids movies out there that, like, Korea's producing some pretty intense animations. There's this one about, like, a fish that is, like, gonna be turned into, like, sushi or whatever or something. I don't. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Light. I can't remember what it's called. There's a guy on YouTube that reviews a lot of like indie animation and stuff like that. That I usually will just watch his review on stuff if I don't think it's gonna be up my alley. Like, he did this one story on a ugly duckling, like, Korean film or something. Didn't know if the stream would get flagged. It's okay. Hey Munch, I'm doing pretty good. We're on number 3 of 5. I know, Amber, I am too. I mean, we talk about, like, we say incest and everything all the time when we're talking about Warriors family trees, so, and I'm not sure if we should be, like, censoring that, but we don't, because I don't know. I didn't grow up. I don't care. I don't care, man. If my stream gets demonetized, I don't really care that much. I can't be bothered. I try to keep it like... I think a lot of people bring over stuff from TikTok. Like, I think on TikTok you can't say it. Can't say that much. I know. People do that all the time. I hate the censoring thing. It pisses me off. Let's be real, you guys. Half the time, my streams get copyright monetized because I play random playlists on YouTube that just will get... Like... How do I want the rest of this body to go? When people censor words IRL too. I mean, I know sometimes as a streamer, I think on TikTok you can't say certain words. So you have to like say words that sound similar. I mean, you technically can't say like killed yourself, even like if we're talking about warriors. You have to say like some stupid stuff. It doesn't make much sense to me because I feel like it's creating more of a problem than it's like trying to solve in Minecraft. No, that doesn't work anymore. I don't remember what it's like, unalive or something like that. Yeah, it feels immature. I hate when I'm watching something that's a very obviously like adult topic, like from a YouTuber, where I'm like, I don't even want like kids to be watching this because it's like a true crime thing. It's talking about horrible stuff, yada yada yada. But then they're censoring themselves as if like kids are going to be watching it. And I'm like, it honestly makes me feel it like, why are you trying to cater so that your content can still be in like young people's algorithms? Like, if I'm watching a thing on a true crime channel that's, like, about a serious, like, crime that's occurred and you start censoring the words, I'm just like... I don't know, man. I cannot figure out how to draw this. I think it's more trying not to have their content get a worse ad rate. Yeah. I mean, they're doing it for the ads. Because if your video gets targeted as like mature only, you have less ad rules or something. But then it's like, well, just get a sponsor. Like, these are popular YouTube channels that usually have a sponsor anyway. They usually already have a sponsor, and then they feel like they need more money. You're just being greedy. Get your sponsor. Don't censor yourself like you're a complete idiot while you're talking about a serious topic, and just... I don't know. I don't know if I immediately click off, but it definitely like rubs me the wrong way. Like, it feels like you're not taking the topic seriously, and you're not going to be taking me seriously. I don't know. Wait, I don't like YouTube putting the YouTube Kids / for Kids on animation. Like, if you say that your thing is an animation, it's automatically just marked as a YouTube Kids thing? I haven't gotten that. Mine still lets me pick between, is this made for kids or not for kids? And made for kids is like if it's made for kids under like 13. So like my map parts are not made for kids because honestly, well, if your video is marked ad for kids, it can't be added to playlists. So, like, map playlists you can't have. I don't make money off of my map parts, but it does make it annoying for people that, like, collect map parts for unfinished maps, you know? Let's render out the face a little bit more. YouTube implementations. Apparently, well, I've watched a couple videos that apparently YouTube Kids is still pretty bad at curating like actual kids content for kids. Like the Elsa Gate thing is still like going pretty strong on YouTube Kids. How much do these bases usually go for? You just get the base? Do you get like different versions of line art and stuff? I guess I've never really... Well, this isn't a base. This is actual proper. I guess I'm used to like bases just being free. I feel like bases were free on DeviantArt for a really long time. YouTube's Kids is naturally going to be a cesspool of horrifically low-quality content. Most spaces are free. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, for Patreon. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Does Luxie, like, put out bases a lot? That's fun. I could do some bases. For like $10. Mm. I don't know why I'm cleaning up the sketch so much. I've been in, I think I'm gonna switch to coffee and do like coffee memberships for stuff. And then if/when I finally get that Discord going, we can have, it'll be a public Discord, but we can have like subscription. A lot of my Twitch streamers will have like, it's a public Discord, but doing a subscription gets you access to like a couple extra channels. Super nice if you're like me and just want to get the idea of the drawing sketched out. Yeah, I feel you. The main reason I want to do a Discord is so that we can have book club. I will admit. Yeah. Book club is we read Warrior Cat books. That's the only thing about book club though. Well, we would read Warrior Cat books first. And then we will have 2 Discords. I already know. We will have 2 Discord channels. One for spoiler free. So if you're reading the book for the first time / like this is your first time reading Warriors, you can only talk about the books that we've had in book club already. So if we're reading Into the Wild / when, like, if that's the first one we get. So when we're reading Into the Wild, in the no spoiler book club, you can only talk about stuff that's happened in Into the Wild. Do I read a lot other than Warriors? I listen to a lot other than Warriors. I do read, but most of my other book consumption is audiobooks while I'm like drawing or while I'm driving or stuff like that. But right now I'm reading House of Leaves and oh shoot, there's this one book that I literally just got because I found it very fascinating. It was a true crime book. Oh, it was the O.J. Simpson's autobiography, If I Had Done It, or something like that. I was like, I have to read this book. This is crazy. Push anyone with small kids towards the PBS shows? Yeah, I mean, my nephew and niece likes, my niece is 5 and she likes Gabby's Dollhouse, and my nephew is 3 and he likes the Mickey Mouse show, Minnie Mouse or something like that. My 8-year-old doesn't really watch too much right now. I don't think. I don't think she's really obsessed with anything. She's gotten into like she was into Moana. They did like Bluey for a while. I don't know if they're still into Bluey, but I just have 3. I'll have a 4th at the end of at the end of July. I think I'll have my 4th. I'll have a 4th niece or nephew. We don't know yet. And it's not my sister's kids. It's my cousin's kid. My cousin's kids. They can watch Super Duper Bunny League. Yeah, I think that they just have like Disney Plus. But I mean, I know PBS is free, so it's like, I don't know. They don't watch too much TV, honestly. Need to shrink this a little bit. Yeah. They just don't watch that much TV. I don't think so. They just really have Disney Plus. I think they have Netflix. Their dad just got... My oldest, she does a lot of stuff outside. Bikes and stuff like that. She does a lot of sports. She's like a very sporty person. She does watch TV, but I think she mostly watches movies. And I think she does have like a little, she doesn't have an iPad. She has like the kids version of an iPad where it can only do like certain things. And she does watch some stuff on it, I think. But they limit her to only having it like at night for like an hour or something. You didn't get to hear from the actual target audience? Yeah, I keep asking, I keep asking them if they've like watched some of the stuff that my friends have worked on, but their dad just got them a GameCube with like a bunch of games. It's like a decked out GameCube that had a bunch of like pre-downloaded games on it. So that's been fun. They've been playing Mario Kart. Or maybe it was a Wii. I don't remember. But it was like something like that. One of those fake iPads. She has, it's like a tablet. I think it can access like a couple of apps. Like she might be able to access YouTube Kids on it, and she might be able to like, I think she has Disney Plus on it, but it doesn't have like internet access or anything. Because her dad is also like very, he knows about the dangers of the internet, so he keeps like a close eye on her. That's why he got them a Wii, because technically speaking, it's a lot safer for your kids to get like a Wii or something other than a tablet that can just download games. Because when you get a game system, you don't have to worry about them like stumbling on or like talking to random people or like finding a video that wasn't meant for them or like clicking a link that's clearly, you know. But their parents limit their electronic use quite a bit. And it's summer now, so they've been outside a lot. Your family has Disney Plus. I have Disney Plus through my family. I have Apple TV through my family. I have Crunchyroll. I have Netflix. I have Hulu. I have a lot of apps. Yeah, the console's a lot safer. And the games are better. But I think she got one because during Christmas the three of them were playing, we played Mario Kart together. And it was like one of the first times that I think that's when I realized that the 8-year-old was actually like the proper age to probably start playing games. Because she played Mario Odyssey as well and was liking it. Got laid off when the Florida studio was closed. I've watched Demon Hunters. I think my sister was watching that on my Crunchyroll. My sister was watching a pretty popular shonen or something like that when I opened it once. I can't remember the name of it. It's one of the newer ones, like Jujutsu Tyson or something like that. I can't remember. Didn't get us any game consoles till I was 13. I think I was 9 when I got my first game console. Well, that's not true. We had a PlayStation growing up, and I could play the PlayStation, but I think it was mostly my dad's PlayStation. And we played Spyro and stuff. And then my dad had an Xbox, and we got like the Shrek game for the Xbox that we would play. But my first console that was like my own was my GameCube. Or it might have been my DS, but I think I was probably in like 1st or 2nd grade. Semi-social quantity as a 6-year-old. Your brother has a PS5? My dad has a PS5. It's his console of choice. Never had your own console? I mean, I guess my GameCube really was shared, but I had my sister and she wasn't really... She liked playing games, but she liked playing multiplayer games with me, so... I didn't really ever share with her. And when I did, it was just like we were playing the game together. I guess my Game Boy SP was technically my first console. That was my own, but I do think I had to share that with my sister as well. But my Nintendo DS I didn't have to share because we both had Nintendo DS's, me and my sister. You have a Switch? I use my Switch almost daily. The Switch is what I play right before I go to bed. The teams are perfect. Ooh. I should get Animal Crossing. Oh, well, if you get Animal Crossing, Amber, I've been wanting to restart my Animal Crossing town. So if you do, tell me. I'll add you on Switch and we can play together. Start nice, brand fresh, new. On an animation. Oh, people do animations for Art5. That's insane. Yeah. I've never played an Animal Crossing. Well, there's no wrong way to play Animal Crossing. Fishing is definitely a proper way to play Animal Crossing. Actually, sitting down to record lines is a decent amount of time. hold on, I missed some stuff. I thought you were talking about that, the new Prophecy Midnight animation. I was like, oh, you're recording lines. Voice lines for a map and sent in about 5. It can take a bit. I think I did it for a Hollywood voice line. Oh, so do a lot of maps that are voice acting, they don't have like, they're not like all the people that are in the scene are in the call together, like working off of each other. That's not typically a thing that happens. You guys just get the lines and you don't know what the other person, how the other person's replying to it. For midnight, we record separately. I feel like it'd be way easier to like have your scene partner with you while you're recording lines. It probably would like help with the back and forth as well. Hey, I'm Young. How's it poppin'? I would love to record with the scene partner. I feel like it's not as hard. Okay, so back in the day when we were doing like Warrior Cat episodes and stuff like that, it would be really hard to record with other people because there was Skype, but you didn't really have like channels or like stuff like that. Like you could do calling and stuff like, but with Discord it's a lot more normal to have a Discord for projects and stuff like that, where like all the voice actors would be in the Discord probably anyway. So I feel like it'd be a lot easier to like schedule stuff, you know? Like to be like, oh, are you guys, especially if there's only like 2 people in the scene. And then, I don't know. Yeah, but in my mind, it'd be like, you're over Discord, but you're probably still recording your lines like separately on your own device, and you just send your lines over, I guess. Yeah, like you're still recording them separately. So like the person that's editing the voices together are still getting separate voices that they're going to have to merge in. But as the actor, you're working with your scene partner, you know? Even if you had like somebody to work with that wasn't even your scene partner. Like even if it was just like somebody like saying the lines with you. What's the BP song? Okay. See you, Luna. Blackpink. Interesting. You record your audio with OBS. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. I guess I would record it with Audition. Because I can use the same filters I can on OBS and Audition. Oh, you've already recorded lines for Midnight, I just realized. Ooh. Is it still just one episode out, or is the next episode out? Yeah, I was wondering, because they're still in camp, so I didn't think that Feathertail would be needed yet. I mean, I think she said the Gathering or something like that. But it seems like there's quite a lot of stuff being rewritten in the series, so I don't know. I'm old. It's okay, I'm young. We all get old. It's good to have Im Young back. Spouting nonsense. It's just like the good old days. Sandy knows. Im Young, what's your favorite warrior cat? I feel like we've asked this before and you said squirrel flight, but I'm asking you again. Firestar. Oh, okay. The true Chad choice. Firestar. Sometimes I tickle him. I'm glad. Proud of you. Good for you. Oh, Amber, do you not know the Im Young lore? You might not have been around in the early days. We had an entire discussion once on if Im Young was a bot or not. Mob likes 1 star. I don't find 1 star that offensive, honestly. Young, can we get your thoughts on Moonpaw? Yeah, 1 star feels like, he's kind of like a Brambleclaw to me, where I just don't, well, Bramble Claw pre a Starless Clan, where I just don't really expend energy on thinking about the character that much. I say she is cute. Interesting. Whenever I ask Young a question, I feel like I'm rolling a magic 8 ball. If that makes sense. I think he would have been a better leader than Mudclaw. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure Mudclaw would have shaken some things up. But you guys know that if Mudclaw was leader, he would have been Darktail's father. You guys know this? Like, it's just so interchangeable who Darktail's father was. It could have been, like, literally anyone. Like, if Blackstar was still alive, it could have been, like, Blackstar's. Darktail's father just had to be someone from the clans. No. Yuna? Of course not. Ignore what I just said. Speaking of Warrior Cat spoilers, we haven't had Rappy in a couple days. Maybe like a couple weeks. No, when the pin pressure stops. That sucks. I don't really like it on that. Okay, Clip Studio Paint does like to eat my pin pressure a lot more than Photoshop does, I feel like. For some reason. Rappy's halfway through. Rappy was on Fading Echoes. More people would draw Blackstar with a black tail, and that would make you angry. Do I draw Blackstar with a black tail, guys? I don't think I do, right? But the Werecat animated Blackstar definitely has a black tail. Honestly, Blackstar would be a better father than Darktail because they are both black and white cats. Like, genetically speaking. Wait, hold on. Is Black Star on the Werecat animated.card.com? You do have the black nose bridge. Okay, I knew I had some other black on him. Yeah. The black tail. The black also goes like really far up the legs in the design. Not so much that it hurts. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. The Black Star character design for Werecats Animated is... I think that it's a pretty safe design. It doesn't try to, like, introduce anything new to Black Star that's never been, like, introduced before. There are certain Werecat animated designs that are, like, a lot more... They push what is typically seen as the proper design a little. Like the dust pelt design being, like, a pointed cat instead of a tabby. But that was done because there was too many like brown tabby cats in the cast already. Do you guys know about the dead internet theory? Where, like, the majority of people you talk to on the internet are, like, bots? I don't think that Im Young helps this theory at all. I'm already, like, second-guessing if Im Young is a bot or not. Again. Black Star's just your darling. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. There are certain Werecat animated designs that are completely opposite of how I imagine the character. I think most of them are not revealed yet. But I respect the art director and I respect the director of Werecats Animated, and I know that the design was not created in a vacuum. So I do respect the designs, even if they're completely different than how I would imagine them. I think Im Young is real. No, it wasn't created despite me, and then sometimes a design is created... And they usually grow on me. But like Blue Star's Werecats animated design, I'm not like I know that Blue Star is supposed to be a long-furred cat, but I'm not a long-furred Blue Star truther. I used to be. I used to draw her as quite long-haired. But I stopped doing that for Little Pistol, and ever since then, I've been a short-haired Blue Star fan. But Warrior Cat's animated Blue Star is long-haired. To a degree. So the design did have to grow on me a bit. The fire paw rusty fireheart design from Warrior Cat's animated had to grow on me quite a bit because it's very sharp and angular, and I'm like, I usually draw Fireheart as a very round kitty petty type thing where he's like very inviting. He feels like you could hug him and like hug your problems away and stuff like that. But the Warrior Cat's animated Rusty is very like protagonist shaped, like anime protagonist shaped, I would say. Like angular, stuff like that. Yeah, I make long hair. I like make Misty Star long haired and then I make Blue Star short haired. They grow on you though. I mean, when you're working on them, and they were created as a cohesive project. Yeah, he's very like protagonist, anime protagonist shaped. He's a little bit more sharp than I would have, but it makes sense. I just like him being not intimidating in the slightest. It's a personal like choice. Yeah, the Warrior Cat's animated Blue Star is very elegant. Yeah, I mean, protagonist shaped Firestar is a very popular way to draw in. And I'm not saying that it's bad, it's just different. There's quite a few like Warrior Cat anime designs that are quite different than my own. It's interesting. My long tail is completely different than the Warrior Cat's animated design. Like, on another level. My long tail's baby. Warrior Cat animated long tail is like the most anime design out of the entire cast, in my opinion. Like, if I had to rate the designs on a scale of 1 to anime, Longtail is at the top. Blackstar is a very consistently described as just having black paws in the books. Or the darker earrings. Yeah, that's why I don't make him a pointed. I mean, I give him the black nose, but it's more just to give him a nose spot that's easily drawn when you're animating it. Just to, like, put where his nose is. What other designs on the Warrior Cat animated or public that I can... A lot of ThunderClan designs are public. Handpaw, Dustpaw, Brindleface. I don't know. Most of the designs are very, like... very in line with what the fandom would think of when they think of, like, the characters. Spotted Leaf designs. I was not around when I did not join Warrior Cats Animated for the majority of like the designing phase. There have been only a few cats that have been finalized since I've like joined. The character designing was like one of the first things that happened with the project. I do know the lead designer in Spotted Leaf. The Spotted Leaf and White Storm character designs specifically are some of the ones that I respect the most, because Spotted Leaf and White Storm are some of the hardest characters for me to like visualize and design. White Storm especially. I've changed him multiple times throughout the years before I like really settled on something. So I like really respect those two designs. I think that they are very good. Yeah, the White Storm is probably one of my White Storm and Darkstripe are my two favorite ThunderClan cat designs from Warrior Cats Animated. This one. And Darkstripe. Why is White Storm so big? I think these two are like perfect. I sketched this though. I'm kind of biased. I kind of like work on Darkstripe, so I didn't design him though. I just help out with his character shape. I was talking about my two favorite ThunderClan designs from Warrior Cats Animated. Yeah, he's like very skunk-like in Warrior Cats Animated, and I love that for him. And he's a short king, which I really appreciate. I appreciate the short king. Yeah, my Darkstripe's a very short-furred cat. But Longtail is also a short-furred cat, so I believe Darkstripe was picked to be long-furred because Tiger Claw is kind of in the middle of a long-furred, short-furred. Longtail is a very short-furred cat, and then Darkstripe is a long-furred cat, so that when they were on screen together, they'd all look like visually stand out a little bit better. Like I said, I really respect the art director and the head director of Warrior Cats Animated, and they don't make a decision just because. They're both like... Well, the head director is like a huge fan of the project. She comes in every once in a while. She's a mod. She's read all of the Warrior Cat books, so she's like a true, like... She cares. A broken mackerel tabby? Yeah, that's hard. Stripes are hard. I've always imagined him to be like very thin and lanky and Jafar-like. Darkstripe is very Jafar-like to me. Tabby design's unique but animation friendly. There are definitely ways. There are also ways I found to pretty consistently draw like spots and stuff. You sent me your dark stripe. Ooh, animate this man. Okay, this is not the way. This is not the way you make an animation friendly dark stripe. I'm thinking like you use like the bone structure of the cat. Okay, I'm getting very distracted. I'm so sorry. But then like you said broken, but you still have these like lines that you're sketching in the program, but then you keep following these lines and you can start breaking them up a little bit, you know, like, but it's all on the same line and then it's all following. So when you sketched it, you have this whole line, which is basically like a skeleton frame, you know? And you can still get that like brokenness. Yeah, I want to know. I need like an entire autobiography on the person that had to animate what's his name for the Jungle Book. I forget his name. The lion. The tiger. The Bengal tiger. Shere Khan, yeah. Like, how did they animate that? I really would like to know. He did most of them. I've definitely seen roughs of Shere Khan. Really patiently. Yeah, I guess so. He's not in that many shots, is he? Like in the grand scheme of things. I'd rip my hair and eyes out. Yeah, I think most of us would. Definitely. Hey, Mammoth. Welcome in. O'Malley of the Aristocats. Oh gosh, I haven't seen those. That sounds ominous. Very ominous. Wait, I gotta see this. O'Malley. O'Malley. Aristocats. Early Ruffs. Where he was a tabby.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. There's not that many tabby stripes on him, but... Oh, but when he starts walking around, it's like the fact that they only animated his body in these tests because they were like, or only animated his head stripes because they were like, this sucks. This really sucks. Was the guy that worked on Shere Khan's stripes still at the studio? Even he was like, no. I'm not doing this again. You can't make me. He was still out but retiring. Okay. I've seen the 2D animation of like the waves in Moana or something like that. That's pretty crazy. That's fun. Milt was one of the 9 old men. Disney passed during the Jungle Books. Ah. Fascinating stuff. I've never actually... Is there like a proper YouTube deep dive on like Disney animation? Like I need a 3-hour or 4-hour long video? I feel like that type of video essay would go unreasonably hard, honestly. Like a deep dive into the 2D animation of Disney. Guys, should I like open up my video essay channel with this video? How hard can it be? There's like normal documentaries about it? Okay. Did Don Bluth worked at Disney for like a split second, right? But he wasn't one of the oldies, was he? On her front toesies? Yeah. Okay, I see him. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I'm catching all the scars, because I kept on finding more and more. You know how I am with scars. You have to, like, literally point them out to me. I'm so blind. Second video is the Strike Stone rant. No, the second video is... I've already got the YouTube title. It's so I mapped out the entirety of Warrior Cats. No, it's so I created a week-by-week timeline of the entire Warrior Cat series. That's my next video. I don't know. It doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? That's why he graded against the director so bad. Yeah, I knew that he had like a falling out and that's why he made his own studio. Yeah, I need a comprehensive, like, 3 or 4 hour long video essay on the entire history of the Disney. Honestly, I would even like the history on the 3D animation. But maybe that can be, like, part 2. It's like the 3D animation. How did the company split into different fractions to do, like, their series stuff? How, you know, like, all this random stuff. Bluth left the production of Fox and the Hound to start his own studio. Every single female animator for Disney followed him? Oh my god, Don Bluth is like Chad, I guess. That's crazy. Or maybe he just, you know, said that he'd pay them properly. That's interesting. Amber, you're gonna have to be you're gonna be a source for me. Yeah. I could imagine it was like, hey, what if I actually paid you like what they're making instead of like 5% of what they're making, and they'll be like, we're in. John Lasser also left during Fox and the Hound. The animators hated Fox and the Hound so much. Really? I wonder why. I mean, it's interesting. A couple people are doing art fight rotting. I am not. I do not do art fight. Every time I say Amber, sorry. You share a name with one of my mods. Yeah, there's quite a few people doing art fight that are regulars in the stream. And it gets me every time. Always grateful to be background noise. That is how I use streams. Animating a paw slamming down on something. On something? That's ominous. You're not even gonna tell us what it's slamming down on? Walt hated the look of 101 Dalmatians. Well, what is the first movie where they started using like they didn't just clean it up and it was roughs? Wasn't it like Robin Hood or something? Or was it 101 Dalmatians? Saber Spark has a good video about Disney. Because the cat literally gets turned to paste. Okay, yeah. That's probably a good thing that you have that off screen. Who is Saber Spark? I don't know who that is. Is that not a good person to support? Say Saber Spark. Okay, so when I typed it in, Saber Spark review, Saber Spark controversy, Saber Spark drama, Freedom Tunes, highlights, and then it says Saber Spark AI. This does not bode well. They have 2 million subscribers. I've never heard of this person. Do they use AI now? That'll do it. That'll do it. He obviously doesn't know actual production practices. Oh. I guess I don't really know about production practices either. Yeah, well, when I looked up his name, one of the results was AI, so that's unfortunate if he's like... Maybe he did maybe he has like a video on why AI sucks. And that's what people are looking at. Yeah, it could be a video that's like strictly anti-AI, but people are just looking up that name and AI. Yeah, I've never heard of them either until then. I might have watched like his videos before or whatever, but... Excuse me. Clearly didn't stick with me and I clearly didn't subscribe. I feel like a video essay on like proper Disney breakdown would go extremely hard, but you would have to research a lot of it. And it would be nice to get actual like ex-Disney animators that would want to like interview for you. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be too hard for him to have like a consultant that's like you, Amber, that like he paid to like look at his videos and just consult him on what he's saying. He has like 2 million subscribers. You're telling me you can't pay a consultant that's been actually working in the industry when that's clearly what your like main gimmick is talking about the industry? I don't know, man. You can't pay a couple animators to help you make your videos like feel more authentic? I would. If I do the Disney thing, you're one of my consultants, Amber, and I'm paying you. I'm paying you for your interview time. Or you can just co-make it with me. We can split the product 50-50. I don't know. I guess I come from the true crime community where people are like it's a staple that people like consult with actual experts and stuff on things. So you're more of a Disney expert than me. You're basically writing the entire video for me in my YouTube comments, in my live. I don't watch Chanel's videos, though. There's something about, like, and this is no harp on anyone's videos or anyone in particular. There's something, I just cannot get into Warrior Cat video essays. I'm saying this thinking about making a Warrior Cat video essay. But I'm almost making a Warrior Cat video essay because I'm not interested in any of the ones that are out. I'm like, I'll make one that I'm actually interested in. I'm not really interested in video essays about warrior cats that try to, like, make warrior cats better. Oh, yeah, I should talk to Tanel. I'm just not interested in warrior cat video essays. I'm not interested in ones that explore, like, how badly written warrior cats is. I'm like, yeah, I know it's badly written. I don't need to listen to like a 2-hour video on exactly why. I know why. It's consumer swap. I understand that. I need a video that's like, I don't know. See, I'm not interested in making a why Mothlight's Vision sucks video. At all. First of all, I don't really like making opinion pieces like that. Because that is my own opinion. And I feel like as a YouTuber, you have to understand that the warrior cat's demographic is very young and impressionable. So making an entire video to hating a character is going to be impressionable, and you have a lot of power. And I personally love when people come up with their own opinions on warrior cats. The videos that I want to make on warrior cats are basically like deep dives that help you formulate your own opinions, you know? I don't want an opinion video essay. I'm like somebody that watches history documentaries and like non-biased documentaries, you know? That like obviously nothing is truly unbiased in this world. We are biased humans, yada yada yada, but argumentative essays are less interesting to me than like essays that try to be more unbiased, I suppose. How the reviewer views different accounts. Yeah, I understand that. And honestly, the video essays of like somebody explaining their thoughts. Sometimes I just feel like they take warrior cats too seriously. This is rich coming from me. Obviously, I also, like, I'm making an entire timeline to, like, of the warrior cat series, but I understand how silly that is. I understand how silly it is for me to hate, like, Moth Flight because of the way she's written, when she's literally just written for the situation that she's put in, like every single other warrior cat. The Animation Pilgrim series sounds a lot more interesting and like something that I would check out. Yeah, I'm more of like, I want more... I don't know. It's not that I don't care about people's opinions on warrior cats. I just feel like a lot of opinion pieces in warrior cats that get popular tend to, I guess, overstay their welcome. I don't know. People like to adopt those into their personal headcanon. And it gets tiring to just, like, listen to the same opinion get spouted over and over and over and over. I'm like, I like talking to people that have different opinions. Yeah, I might have to check it out. That does sound interesting. The Animation Pilgrim sounds interesting. Alright, Huli, I think it's done. I'm hoping it's okay. I have to admit, I've never drawn mussels or clams before in my entire life, so... Yeah, I do. That's the same thing, Darkleaf. I like chatting with people individually about their opinions. I like to... That's why I like asking you guys what your opinions are and stuff, like, and hearing from you guys personally, because I feel like it just feels so much more personable. It feels more natural. It feels like people are coming up with their own opinions. Like, I don't know. I like hearing people's, but when it's a video, it feels like it's a lot more like somebody's on their soapbox. And they are, because you're not part of that conversation. You can't ask them to explain things that they, like, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't think that specific thing. Yeah, there are a couple YouTubers that do video essays that people like to take as gospel. Like, there are certain characters that have really popular video essays that are just, like, really boring to talk about now. Because they don't even want to entertain another way of thinking. Brambleclaw is clearly, like, the #1 cat for that, but... Like, when you say, I like Brambleclaw and his development during A Starless Clan, and, like, his development from being pretty confident leader in himself to him understanding that his confidence has been shaken and he cannot lead ThunderClan the way that it deserves to be led, and all that stuff is interesting. And then people are like, yeah, but he sucks. Yeah, the video essays don't really give a chance for conversation. I don't mind talking about Mothlight and my hate on Mothlight in the stream, because I feel like you guys can, like, be like, okay, well, I don't like her because of this, or I like her because of this, and you guys can actually, like, input things. I don't know. It doesn't feel as soapboxy, because I have to read your guys' opinions as I'm saying it, you know? I don't know if that made any sense. I mean, Brambleclaw is one of the... Brambleclaw has been in probably more books than any other Warrior Cat character. Like, honestly, I'm gonna have to put this in my magnum opus. We're gonna have to have a most mentioned character magnum opus sheet. Because I feel like Brambleclaw might be the most used character in all of Warrior Cats. He is in a lot of books where he has actual, like, speaking lines. So for him to be, like, one of the most hated characters, but there's just so much content. That's what baffles me. Like, Brambleclaw is such cardboard. He changes for every single book that he's in. Honestly, he does. And for you not to be able to, like, talk about that? Okay, that's... Alrighty. Queenie, Matriarch came in, so we will do Matriarchs next. The essay isn't even pertinent. Well, my problem with that is that I think that I've never... Okay. This is a preface. I'm talking out of my butt because I've never watched the Brambles Bad video essay. But from what I gather, whether intentional or not, it seems to put a lot of weight on Squirrelflight's Hope and Brambleclaw's character in Squirrelflight's Hope, whereas somebody that's read the entirety of Warrior Cats, I feel like Squirrelflight's Hope has some of the worst examples of characters changing for the plot. Where Tiger Heartstar and Bramble Star feel like entirely different there's a lot of characters feel like entirely different characters in that book, period. And so, and it's such a spiteful book anyway. And it seems like I don't feel like that book should have as much weight on a characterization like Bramble Star. Alrighty, Sassy, Medicine Cat, Freedom with the Posing, Sassy, Shading. Okay, I'm going to go refill my water and do a little stand up and stretch, and we will start. Wait, did you give me your name? Little Adder. We will start Little Adder. That is not BRB. I get the world would be better off if we all pretended Squirrelflight's Hope did not exist. Monster Girls, alrighty. Give me 1 second to just refill all of my stuff and do a stretchy stretch, and I will be back in a bit. I return with the water. An apple has been treated. I don't like when, there are definitely people that come into this stream that are like that haven't read Warrior Cats, or you can point them out because, they'll write Warrior Cats like this. Hold on. These are the people that have not read the books. They have played the video games and watched the videos. Guys, 1 second. I have to roll for cats in my this one Discord app. I will pick the first one I don't have. Oh, I got Ferret Claw. Ferret. Is Ferret still here? Ferret Claw moment. With the apostrophe, yeah. Isn't it like a... It's like a Warrior's Ultimate Edition thing? No, it's a Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition thing. Of Warrior Cats is my friend who plays Clanton and has read A Vision of Shadows. Oh yeah, didn't they like... Didn't they like only buy the A Vision of Shadows poster from me in Atlanta? That was so funny. And then I started trying to like spout A Vision of Shadows headcanons to them, and they were like, yeah, that's great. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, you don't know the strike stone. I see. Well, they do it because the Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition, all of the names are like Lake Feather or something. Like they all have this apostrophe in the middle. So then they'll come in. I find that more atrocious than when people like, there are some people that'll capitalize fire and then they'll capitalize star, but it's still one word. I find that less annoying than the people that just like say the fire star. Like it takes so much more work to capitalize and or apostrophe both of them. It just takes so much more work. The capital one is less offensive to me. I've only seen Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition once, and it was when I was babysitting. Well, I wasn't really babysitting. It was when I was with, like, a little kid, like a 9-year-old or something, and they were showing me their little Warrior Cat on Ultimate Edition. I've never played Roblox either. I haven't played a single Roblox game ever. And I intend to keep it that way. Morning, Tiger Heart. Yeah, it seems like the kids really like it. Could I share the magnum opus again? Yeah, sure. 1 second. Magnum opus. Oh, did I accidentally show it on screen? Sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. Do you think she's mean sassy or like funny sassy? Like I kind of have her making like a condescending smirk. Like you've clearly never owned an air fryer. See ya, pasta. It's 4 p.m. here. I turned on the oven when I went down into the kitchen to take a break and refill my water. I am going to make a baked potato. I opened a commission to work on it and forgot, and I'm in the drawing room elements and perspectives phase. Ooh, I hate perspective. I feel like I need more like interior / perspective layouts in my portfolio. But like you can't make me. Wait, you just woke up, Tiger Heart? And it's 4 p.m.? Holy crap. I think the latest that I ever woke up was when I was in high school, summer vacation in high school, and it was probably like 2 p.m. And I felt absolutely horrible, and I never did it again. Okay, that's different. Jet lag waking up late is different than like if you just woke. Like I had just woken up. I was probably on call till like 4 a.m. to be fair. I probably was on call with someone until it was light outside, and so when I went to bed, it was like, you know. Ugh. My sister wants me to go to Japan with her in like November, but man, that flight is brutal. Yeah, I mean, I've been to Japan. I'm trying to decide because I think it's just for, I think it's for 2 weeks is her main vacation. I feel like if I don't do like 3 weeks, it's not worth it for me. It's such a crazy flight. You lose 2 full days of your life just flying in the air. Yeah. I mean, the last time I was in Japan, it was for a month. But I had squished it in a college abroad trip, so I didn't have anything else to do with my life. I was just in college. Now I like do things and like have job and stuff, like, I guess. Let's render out the face a little bit more. That is a very clean rendering. Okay, I just want to render out. I've seen people do Hawk-Frost. The spaces don't get me. When it's just like Hawk Frost, that doesn't get me at all. The spaces. Because I just read it like a Dawn of the Clan name. So that doesn't really get me. Plus, when I'm saying warrior cat names, I usually have to use autocorrect because I'm typing so quick on my phone. So when you just press space, it autos into the word. For 5 days. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the song that goes on for way too long. I remember this. I don't like the spaces because it gets confusing when there's a Dawn of the Clans and a warrior. It doesn't really. For me, at least. I could see why, but like usually, like if I quickly type feather, and so I accidentally put like feather, and then it'll like autocorrect. But when I press the space bar, and then I just type tail, you know. It's usually something I do on my phone. Your phone has short hands. That's not what I have. I don't think I've ever put in a shorthand for something like manually in my phone. I'm boomer though. I'm like basically boomer. But I had to turn off. It kept putting spaces in my warrior cat names. Yeah. I don't care. I mean, I'm also the type of person that when I ask a question, I'm just automatically spacing at the end of every single word to put autocorrect on it because I'm typing so quick with my fingers. So if I accidentally type what and it autocorrects to what after I press the space bar and then I do the question mark. So you'll get text from me that's like, what? Question mark with the space. I'm like one of those people. Boomer. I'm just utilizing the autocorrect in the quickest way I can possibly do it. I'll do the people later. Yeah, I am technically a millennial, but like on the very, very cusp of Gen Z. I am technically a millennial, though, I think. What's a millennial? It's a demographic. Technically, it's an American demographic. If you're not American, you cannot call yourself millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, or anything. You have your own demographic. Older millennials call you Gen Z? Yeah. Millennials lived through the technology boom. Of having no technology to having personal phones. I mean, I'm pretty sure my mom isn't even a boomer. I think my dad's a boomer. My mom, I believe, is a Gen X. I don't know. They're only like 2 years apart, so maybe they're both boomers. Boomers are named baby boomers because they were born after the boom in population of World War II. And that was, well, I'm sure that every single, like, a lot of nations had a boom after the end of World War II in, like, baby rate, but, like, typically the generations are named for specific things that happen in America. And then once that generation starts having kids, the new generation starts, / like when, I think it's typically like there's a generation in between two. So like boomers have millennials, but there's a Gen X. Why is Gen Z called that? Because there's a Gen X. And I think originally, I don't think there's a Gen Y. Your grandparents are part of, what do they call them? They call them the, oh gosh, there's like a, well, I think that the generations really hit it off afterward, but before it is like the silent generation. The silent generation are the ones that were like, well, a lot of them were lost in World War II. Yeah, millennials are from 61. No, sorry. Millennials are from 81 to 96. So they're like 80s and 90s kids. Millennials are like... Or Gen Zs are like a little bit after. And then Gen Alpha are iPad babies. Gen Zs grew up with technology around them. And incorporated into their place at a young age. But Gen Alphas are iPad babies because the iPad was a well-established device in 2012 is when iPad babies start. I think the next generation they've said could be Gen Beta, since Gen Alpha. I mean, Beta's the next letter in the Greek alphabet. But sometimes the millennials are called millennials because we were at the end of a millennium. Yeah. Yeah, my grandparents are also the silent generation. The silent generation was the one that did the baby boomers. Yeah, Gen Alpha's not over yet. Generations usually last, they're about 15 years. Because they usually last for about a decade and a half, I think. Oh, did Beta just start? Probably. Yeah, I guess it would, because Gen Alpha started in 2012, so it would make sense, like, for them to start. I feel like the generations are going a little quicker than they used to, though. No, Gen Z was a while ago. Gen Z was like 96 to... No, I think it was like 97 to 2011. And the iPad was invented in 2010. So that's why Gen Alphas are iPad babies. Because they're the generation where people just gave them iPads. I believe that all Gen Z people should be able to drink now. Not drink. Vote, maybe? Can all of them drink? Maybe not the ones that just ended. Yeah, Amber, that's... I mean, Gen X is a huge generation. But, I mean, baby boomers are obviously the hugest generation. Oh, you can't? Okay. All millennials can drink. Vote, yeah. Hey, sillies. You'd be surprised, Mom. I honestly feel like it's kind of the other way around. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be iPads, but they're the generation where people just give their kids their phone to shut them up, basically. That's bad parenting, by the way. Don't do that. Yeah, Amber. And I am a 95 kid, so Okay, so all of you guys should be Gen Z in here. Everyone on YouTube should at minimum be Gen Z because YouTube's age limit or age requirement to make an account is 13. I think that the generations, the start of the internet and the start of people having the internet be incorporated into something that they like cannot use, they cannot fathom life without it, should be the start of a generation. Like, I still remember not having, like, having to do the encyclopedia crap, having teachers, like, require you to have actual books as references and not use the internet at all, and, like, all this crap. I still remember phone books, landlines. I actually still have a landline. Landline. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, kids nowadays get iPads from their freaking schools, no? I remember when we were I was in 12th grade, so this would have been 2012, 2013-ish, and my school, now I live in the boonies, and my school, I think we had maybe like 280 kids in my graduation class, so it was like it was a pretty big size school for the boonies, I will admit, but it was not as big as some of you guys' high schools probably. Yeah, people get iPads from their schools. But I remember we had just gotten donated a set of like 20 iPads that the teachers could rent out for like the day. Yeah. I mean, people come in here all the time and be like, my iPad is from school. Well, and then I went to college, right? And in college, by the end of, I think it was my junior year of college, so they were giving freshmen, well, that's hard to explain because I was in college for a really long time. But anyway, like, towards my, like, end of college, they were giving freshmen free iPads with the iPad pins. Obviously it wasn't free because it was paid for in their tuition, but like you were given that and expected to use it. Yeah, this was a state college. This was OSU. I remember being super freaking jealous because I didn't have, I mean, you're paying for it, it's in your tuition, but they didn't give us that stuff. Well, the stipulation, this is college. The stipulation is it's free if you graduate. If it's not, if you don't graduate and you keep the iPad, you're gonna have to pay for it. So you had to ship it back if you like dropped out. This is a state college. So basically if you want, I mean, my mom bribed me with a new laptop to go back to college. That's a complicated story. That was my mom's effort of not turning me into a NEET. Because the laptop that I created Dark Path Chosen on blue screened of death because I had it for a long time, and I probably downloaded a couple illegal programs that came with extra special super features. And she said that, and I needed a new laptop if I wanted to keep drawing. And I was also had just dropped out of college like a couple months before, and she said, if you go back to college, then I will buy you a new laptop for college. And so I went back to college. This was like the height of my depression stage. Like, I think that was probably my worst year, depression-wise. I was like 2014 or something. Osamatsu-san. I was about to turn into Oso. For sure, for sure. See him up. Oh, I'm glad, Monster Girl. Yeah. We all go through it. It gets better. You just gotta keep working towards it. You can't be afraid of it getting better either. I was always afraid that I was like so used to being depressed that I was afraid that if I wasn't depressed, I didn't know how that would feel, you know? So you like don't want to get better because you're like, well, at least this is like a feeling that I am familiar with. But it's worth it to get better. Real talk. Why are we talking about depression? Because we get real on Sundays. And I take depression medication, so I'm allowed to talk about it. Got on good drugs. School stress dependent? Yeah, mine has always been future stress, like stress about my future. Following the path of least resistance. Yeah, Bluna, I completely understand that. It's hard work to feel better, and it's not just something that is like a linear path, but it's, I will say, the last couple of years trying to get better and wanting to get better has been some of the best decisions that I've ever done in my life. Ooh, goes generic. Ooh, yeah. And following the path of least resistance is going to give you the path of least opportunities as well. It's so much easier to like tell people about like, man, it's hard. It's hard to get better. It's really hard. It's not easy. It does get easier as you go though. It is definitely a muscle that you start flexing. Yeah, Tiger Heart, yeah. Serotonin. The leg bouncing, oh my gosh. I get the leg bouncing, but it's like when I'm in a bad posture. Sertraline. Yeah, sertraline's the generic of Zoloft. And I will say, personally for me, I've taken something, whether it be 1 or 2 or whatever pill that I've been on. I've been taking pills for like mood stuff for 12 years, like ever since I turned 18. And it didn't start getting better until I actually found like a proper therapist that I could talk to. Like talking to the right person, and like the right person that can push you to do stuff that's like beyond your safety, especially like when I would not leave my comfort of my like safety barrier, and talking to someone that can like gradually just like, you can talk some things through and you can like find good starting points and stuff like that really helped me a lot. From energy increase? Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, not the hives. Yeah, stuff like for serotonin levels, it's really different. So apparently nowadays, you guys, I found this out. They'll actually do DNA tests on you to figure out which antidepressant works the best, like, will hypothetically work the best in your system. Did you guys know that? Like, they can do a DNA test on you to kind of, like, get an idea of which one will work for you. My grandpa did one. I know, it's crazy, but they do it. Yeah, that's what my doctor did. I don't know if it's common practice, but I'm pretty sure my grandpa doesn't have, like, an amazing like, he's on Medicaid and stuff like that, so I don't think he has, like, a specialist or anything. They just took a blood test for him. But he was also, well, my grandpa has tried a lot of different antidepressants, so maybe at first they try out, like, the more generic ones, but if you're having a hard time, like, figuring out one, maybe that's when they'll, like, do the blood work. I don't know. But that happened. Very interesting science. Change of topic to something a little lighter. We'll probably talk about this again on Tuesday since it's a Warrior Cat thing. But did you guys see they released new quotes for Stormclan's Folly? You didn't. Alright, what do we think about Little Adder? I think I'm gonna give her some whiskers on top. Is what I think. I'll show them. Give me a sec. Let me finish up Little Adder. Yeah, I was interested by that. Call me whatever. Awesome. Let me send her to you on coffee. And then I will show you guys the the quotes because I need to DM Rivy that I'm about to start theirs. I'll send you one shaded and one not shaded. Alrighty. Petal paw. Okay, little. Yeah, you have to view it on the... Well, so this was in the email, Yuna. So if you're part of the fan club, you should have gotten an email. But, it just opens on the web... It just opens on, like, your main browser. I got you, though. There you go. So, the most interesting are this one and then this one. Although I'm leaning towards this one being like an omen or something, like, or like a rock formation. Yeah, the fish with legs is interesting. I almost feel like it was picked because it's vague. I feel like it's probably like a rock formation or something. Not as interesting as it said. A seal. Seals don't have legs though. They have flippers. Hey, Calico. I thought it might be axolotl, Emily, but I don't know. Don't call me by that. Call me by my true name. Does Galestar get like a wildcat name? I don't think she does because they know her by Galestar in My People's Heart. I mean, let's be real, these quotes usually aren't as exciting as they are, like, in context. Yeah, I think this one is, like, when I think a couple of cats have decided to leave, and then this is, like, Stripe Star being very angry about that fact. My kits, I want to see my kits. I don't know. Yeah, these quotes are usually not as interesting in context. I will be real with you. I don't think I'm not thinking too hard of it. Hey Ray, do you want it to look like an icon or do you want it to just be a headshot? That is not your character. Headshot is fine? Okay. Wait, I don't know her name. I just know that she's Trauma Girl. An alley. Okay, thank you. I need to know her name. There we go. Yeah. We'll talk about it on stream tomorrow. Yeah, I know some people are thinking it's seals. Honestly, I remember reading it. Somebody just texted me this morning and asked me what my thoughts on it were. And I remember reading it, but I don't remember like thinking about it that hard when I read it. I'm trying not to like get the hype for Stormcloud's Folly in my brain because it's not gonna be good. Tuesday, I will get the Tiger Claw and Sasha book, I believe, in the mail. Actually, I think I want... You just wanted a regular headshot with no shading, right? Okay. The book might not be good. I'm excited to read it because it strays away from the... Yeah. I'm excited that it's like doing... It's trying something different. I just really hope it doesn't like absolutely, it's just like, I hope it's not just absolutely horrendous, period. Like, I'm trying not to think about it too much more because my hopes for it are already like really high on it being like an entertaining book. And it needs to stop because Warrior Cats never meets your expectations. You have to keep your expectations low. Because if they're low, it'll meet them. Bar none. I don't think it'll be worse than Squirrelflight's Hope. See, Squirrelflight's Hope is bad because it butchers like characters that are already established. Mothlight's Vision sucks because it just sucks. I hope it's not like Mothlight's Vision, where like the main character is just absolutely such garbage hypocrisy. I don't know, Yuna. I don't think Maple Shade would be born, but I feel like Oakstar should be born. But at the same time, they don't really think about that stuff. They did give us a lot more cats to play with for like Family Tree era. Ray, all your cats are bald. I've diagnosed them all with bald. Points and bald. I hope it still does not bridge the gap between Cloud's Journey and Maple Shade's Vengeance. So this is my... So this is a little bit of Warriors trivia for you. the gap between Cloudstar's Journey and Maple Star's Vengeance has been established by Vicky a couple of times at this point. There are a couple of lingering factors that limit the amount of time that could feasibly be possible between Cloudstar's Journey and Maple Shade's Vengeance. The first factor is Larkwing. Larkwing still being alive, and Vicky confirming that Larkwing from Maple Shade's Vengeance and Larkwing from Cloudstar's Journey are supposed to be the same cat. That's number one. Number two are the elders in SkyClan. The elders in SkyClan, when SkyClan disbands, are characters that are all well established to be cats that left the forest, making them at most, and one of them was a warrior when they left the forest. The other, actually two of them were warriors, Mouse Fang and Nightfur. So they have to be old enough. So SkyClan could only have feasibly lasted about, like, at most 14 years in the Gorge. The third factor is Skywatcher. Skywatcher in SkyClan's, in Firestar's quest, says that his mother was not part of SkyClan, but his grandmother was. Which means that you have 3 generations. Actually, I'm going to do it from the other way so I can have the scar visible. So that means that you only have about 3 generations of cats between SkyClan getting lost and Firestar reviving them, right? So you have these 3 instances. And the reason that a lot of us that, like, try to do timeline stuff got really flustered when they decided to make StormClan's Folly in between Cloudstar's Journey and Maple Shade's Vengeance is because there's, like, this very loose amount of time that could possibly be. And trying to fit StormClan's Folly in there seems like a big stretch. Counterpart is dumb, and it should be longer, and we've retconned more important things. This is also true, Amber. This is also true. That is my theory. I live for Warrior Cats constantly, like, contradicting itself, and me having to constantly, like, rethink the Rubik's Cube of the timeline and, like, make it work and see which things that I should retcon at that point. I'm perfectly fine retconning the elders to be different elders. I'm perfectly fine retconning only one of the elders to be, like, one of the kits that leave SkyClan. I'm okay with Skywatcher's great-grandmother being one from SkyClan instead of his grandmother. I'm fine with that. But I know a lot of my friends were not okay with it. The other issue I have is StormClan is completely forgotten about. This is a complete anomaly. In Ivy Pool's Heart, it's mentioned that every single StormClan cat has forgotten about the StormClan warriors that supposedly, like, left and died before they could rebuild Wind and ThunderClan. So you're telling me that every single StarClan warrior forgot about StormClan, but which happened after SkyClan had been kicked out of the forest. Whereas SkyClan is remembered, they're just like, it's hearsay. No one talks about it. But people still remember it. But StormClan was completely forgotten about? That seems kind of crazy. I mean, I guess. It does. So it made more sense for us narratively for it to happen very close to the beginning of Dawn of the Clans, during this lost era where the founders are remembered for setting up the clans, but no one is really remembered until the code starts to be made. You know? It made a lot more sense in the grand scheme of things for StormClan's Folly to be in this lost era where we don't know much of anything about it. It makes more sense narratively for it to maybe happen before the code was set in stone, before even the thought of forbidden romance, like, was maybe just like a completely new idea. It made more sense for us to retcon Code 1 and for StormClan to be the actual reason that Code 1 was created. Or perhaps this Cloudberry Rye Whisker story was made as a allusion to StormClan because they didn't want to remember that StormClan existed, so they just made it a slightly less awkward story of just like 2 random cats, you know? Yeah, Amber. I wasn't like super torn up. I was like, okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna put StormClan's Folly in between Cloudstar's Journey and Maple Shade's Vengeance. I was okay with it. I was like, this... It's par for the course. If you've been around the Warrior Cat fandom long enough, you know that retcons are inevitable, like Thanos. So, that's the best thing about making Warrior Cat's timeline work, is that it is fluid, and you have to keep changing it, so your work is never done. It's like doing the Warrior Cat design blog. Once you start doing it, there's no end. It's unlimited work. I've been very unafraid to retcon things in my D&D game. This has changed now. Yeah, it's... And... Warrior Cats is not a series that has an encompassing... an entirely encompassing story. So it makes sense that things will be changed when it's actually, like, way more relevant. Like, it honestly makes sense for them to change the Warrior Code first story to something that's, like, way more relevant and way more, like, we need to have a code for this because we had just lost, well, SkyClan would have still been there, so we almost lost 2 entire clans to this happening, to the idea of 2 cats getting together from another clan. We need to make this a rule so it can never happen again, type thing. Other than it being just like 1 random cat dies, and that's why the forbidden romance happens. I mean, yeah, but like, it's not like a deputy. Like, 2 entire clans almost got perished. Shouldn't we make a rule about this? Like, we almost lost 1 million people. Yeah. A couple of my friends have were gonna theorize that they were gonna retcon Code of the Clans for a while. But then they added Ember Star into Star, which led it to more credence that it was gonna happen, like, at the beginning of the code, because Ember Star is the first leader in Code of the Clans for River Clan? I don't know, man. Storm Clan and Tiger Clan. Tiger Clan was more of an alliance, I feel like, than like a combination of clans. It's hard to explain. But that's why I don't think that Storm Clan is that out of the realm of possibilities, because we've had clans, we literally had clans combined in the first arc. People are like, Storm Clan feels like such like a fan thing to do. But we had combination clans in the first arc, so... Ember Star and Star was very random, and my Pepe Sylvia board was like, it's all connected. What does it mean? She's very short-haired. I'd like want to give her some wispy bits. You gave her some wisp. Oh, yeah, you did. Okay. I see it now in the Discord. A Forbidden Love. Yeah, it did read like that at first, but I'm just like, whatever, man. All of Warrior Cats is basically fanfic for like the first arc. I'm fine. This is fine. Oh, this is Ravy. Ravy. They're pretty popular. In my opinion. You've done quite a few map parts, right? It's you! Points. Yeah, I mean, it's not any more silly than, like, anything else Warrior Cats has ever come up with. Let's be real. How ridiculous Scourge is. This is true. He is pretty dang ridiculous. Demonic possession. Yeah, pretty much. Well, people don't like freaking Broken Code because they feel like it's fanfic, and I'm just like, it's fun. Leave it alone. It's a soap opera. Soap operas are meant to just be incredibly stupid and, like, ham-fisted and make specific plot points just for the drama of it. You know? He's really small, but he has icy blue eyes and a collar filled with teeth of his enemies, and he uses dog teeth to make his claws extra sharp. He's Firestar's half-brother, and he's stronger than Tiger Star and kills him 9 times at once. Yeah. Can you imagine if they did that nowadays? I don't think that Scourge holds up as well to, like, readers that just started the series. Let's be real. Like, older series warrior, like, people who are older and start the series. People, I think that Scourge is, like, a real big cop-out. Would have been peak and messy, but we're not ready for that conversation. It's actually pretty optimal to have Leaf. Yeah, to have Leaf and Crow, not Leaf and Crow, Leaf and Squirrel, like, date the same kind of, like, half-brothers, because then the gene pool doesn't have, you don't have to worry about the gene pool getting more diluted. Like, Breeze Holly could, like, easily exist. Scourge's design is cool. I feel like if the fandom didn't have Scourge, I'm gonna be real with you guys. If the fandom didn't have Scourge at the beginning of it, at the peak moment where, like, emo 90s and, like, early 2000s bands were, like, at their peak popularity, I don't think that the Warriors would have popped off as much as it did. Let's be real. I think you could have a whole video essay on the reason on Scourge being placed exactly where he is in the narrative made it pop off at the precise moment it needed to. Like, okay, think about this, right? Scourge was a perfect design for all of those bands, and if that wasn't the case, Alley Cat Nia wouldn't have made Bone Shatter, and then we would not be here to this day. And how many of us know, like, there's a very small amount of us that even know somebody that started reading Warrior Cats before Scourge. You know? Like, the majority of us started reading Warrior Cats after he was even a thing. So Scourge happens and your friend comes in and is like, oh my god, you have to read these books. It's insane what happens to this, like, random cat, you know? You read Guardians of Gahul. I think there was 6 books in 2 years, I thought. I thought that the whole series was done by 2004. No? Ignore me. How do you think that Vicky came up with the idea of Blood Clan? Like, using, like, the teeth and the collars and stuff like that. I'm trying to think. Is there going to be any markings visible on her... Maybe, like, just a little bit on her back? Bone Shatter is cool, but let's not forget I will not bow as well, says the person named Shatter. Shatter, I feel like you should probably be one of the, like, forefront runners of Bone Shatter with that name. Also, welcome in. I don't think you've ever talked before. I mean, has Vicky never seen a real cat? The logistics of a cat putting, like, teeth on their claws is crazy. We're not disrespecting Bone Shatter. Quite the opposite. What? My first OC was highly Scourge coded when I used Wolf Quest. Okay. A fellow Wolf Crester. I think I used Lion, the Lion one, to roleplay Warrior Cats. I think it was Lions. Maybe it was Wolf Quest. My Pride or something like that. I don't know. Hey Fog, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, you should just let him read it blind. I feel like I would kill to have somebody in my life that was reading it blind and could live tweet me their thoughts as they were reading it. I honestly could never get any of my friends to read Warrior Cats. It haunts me to this day. I feel like if I had gotten at least one of my friends to properly read Warrior Cats, I probably wouldn't be as obsessed with it as I was to this day. I did get quite a few friends to read Homestuck, and I'm not as obsessed with Homestuck anymore. Here, Shayla! She's very regal. I will send her to you. Let me just fix that real quick. Resize this. Okay, that's proper now. Had to fix it. Actually, I think it needs to be a little... I hate when I accidentally mess up my... that's probably fine. I'll fix it later. This is like the end of the stream, so... Alright, you guys. It's incredible to be on Tumblr and not know Homestuck. Definitely hard to do in like 2011, 2012 during like the peak craze of it. Oh, no problem, right? Thank you for commissioning me. Kisses. Alrighty, so we did Grouper Fang. We did Ravi's character. We did Ross. We did Melancholy. And we did Little Adder today. I'm hungry and tired, so I'm calling it here, you guys. I will be back on Tuesday. Definitely, it's gonna be Tuesday. We'll do Warrior Cat stuff, as always. Either work on designs or start rendering out another, like, the Shadow Clan Lake Camp poster. Or something else. I don't know yet. Anyway, I will see you guys all on Tuesday, or if not, I'll see you when I see you. Thank you guys for commissioning me. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate everyone who watches and keeps me company. And yeah, I hope you guys all have a good one. And I'll talk to you later. Bye!